Good afternoon once again, New Delhi. Welcome back to the second and final day of the Shillong Literary Festival, New Delhi Prelude. It has been an absolute joy to journey with you through the first day yesterday of our Symphony in the Mist. I am Edward, and after the incredible energy that we shared yesterday, especially the laughter towards the end, I'm honored to be your host once again as we continue to bring the souls of the hill to the hearts of the capital. Yesterday was nothing short of magical for those of you who were not there and did not get a chance to even look at it online. We began with a powerful vision from Dr. Vijay Kumar and we explored the real glory of regional cinema. We witnessed a landmark dialogue, in fact, an eye opening dialogue between our Honorable Chief Minister, Sri Conrad K. Sama, and Shekhar Gupta. We celebrated the launch of the Khasi edition of the Scaling Mount UPSC. And of course, the evening was crowned by the spellbinding Nasruddin Shah Sahab, who reminded us that stories are the very breath of our culture, especially oral traditions are very, very important, and spoken word is very, very powerful. We ended the night on a high note with vibrant rhythms of the Chief Minister's Meghalaya's Grassroots Music Project, which you can also witness today after the end of the event. But as they say in the world of stories, the best is often saved for the finale. Today, we will dive deep into the aspirations of the youth, the flavors of our kitchens, and the wisdom of the giants of literature. To officially open our second day, it is our distinct. May I request some volunteers to please kindly come here for assistance. To officially open our second day, it's our distinct privilege to welcome the cornerstone of Meghalaya's administration. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Shakil P. Ahmed, IAS, Chief Secretary to the Government of Meghalaya, with a warm round of applause. As the Chief Secretary to the Government of Meghalaya, Dr. Shakil P. Ahmed embodies the spirit of dedicated public service and strategic vision. With a career spanning decades in the Indian administrative services, his leadership has been vital in navigating the state towards new horizons of development and governance. Beyond the complexities of administration, he remains a steadfast supporter of the arts and the preservation of our cultural heritage. For our second guest, we are often told that while a writer uses a pen, a photographer uses light to tell a story. Today, we celebrate the work of Bikika Lalu Taryang, whose lens has captured the quiet, often overlooked poetry of our streets and skies. Through her latest work, Shillong, Glimpses of a City Through the Eyes of an Amateur Photographer, she invites us to see the capital not just as a location, but as a living, breathing emotion. Her perspective reminds us that beauty lies in the eyes of the beholder, the mist on the pines or the rains on the tin roofs, and the heartbeat of our people. Please welcome the woman who has turned her passion for the frame into a lasting tribute to the city of Shillong. May I request Madam Bikika Lalu Taryang to kindly stand up for all of our friends here, please. And I request both of our guests, Dr. Shakil P. Ahmed and Madam Bikika Lalu Taryang, to please come up on the dais. I also request Shri Cyril V.D. Dingdo, IAS Commissioner and Secretary to Government of Meghalaya, to kindly come forward and welcome our guests on stage. I'll also request our guests on stage to go on ahead with the release of the Shillong Glimpses of a City Through the Eyes of an Amateur Photographer. I request the volunteers to kindly bring the book forward. Ladies and gents, we go to the next session, which is the Bridge of Dreams. We will discuss aspirations and opportunities for tomorrow. We have three guests on stage. We have a football icon, a former MLA who has inspired a generation of athletes, former Indian professional footballer with over 225 career appearances and 24 international caps for the Indian national football team, experienced central midfielder recognized for technicality, vision, composure, and leadership. He represented the leading Indian clubs including Rangrajet United FC, Shillong Lajong FC, Bengaluru FC, Pune City, ATK, and East Bengal. He has various achievements including AIFF Player of the Year, I-League Champion, Federation Cup Champion, I-League Midfielder of the Season, and FPAI Player of the Year. Currently, he is giving back to society in player development and coaching with Rangrajet United FC, working to contribute to the growth of young players. His journey from the midfields of the national team all the way to the services of his people in the assembly as a former MLA, and now onto the society is a testament to the fact that dreams are merely the starting point for a life of purpose. Ladies and gents, please, with a warm round of applause, let's welcome Shri Eugene Sanlingdaw. Our second guest, a soulful musician carrying forward a legendary musical legacy of Dr. Bhupen Hazarika. Our guest, Mayuk Hazarika, is also the founder and CEO of Rain Check Earth, the company behind his entrepreneurship, where he has successfully bottled the essence of our rain-soaked hills through the globally acclaimed Cherrapunji Eastern Craft Gin. Hazarika aims to bottle the culture, the climate, and the charm of Cherrapunji, creating a spirit that showcases the love of Meghalaya, India. The brand has gained international recognition, winning multiple awards, including a double gold medal at the 2025 SIP Awards in California. Let's give a warm round of applause as we welcome Mayuk Hazarika. To lead this conversation as a moderator today on the aspirations and opportunities of tomorrow, we have a familiar figure, a distinguished member of the Indian Administrative Services. With a warm round of applause, let's welcome Shri Cyril V.D. Dingdaw. Sir Dingdaw is a public servant whose work is deeply intertwined with the youth and the future forward policies of Meghalaya. He is known for his intellect and his commitment to state building. Please welcome, as we hand over the session, to Sir Cyril.
Thank you very much, Edward, for that lovely introduction, for all the distinguished speakers. So it's a session of Shillong boys. We're all Shillong boys in a way. That's what's common to us. So, Eugenson is former India national player, All India Football Federation Player of the Year in 2015. Mayuk is an global award-winning founder of the iconic Cherrapunji Gin. And we're here to talk about dreams and bridges, how we can, bridge dreams. So let's start with, for both of you, the idea is to tell your story in your way, but let's start with the fact that both of you gave up something to achieve something. You gave up a corporate job to start this company and to bottle rainwater to create a global brand, I would say now, emerging as a global brand, hopefully. And Eugenson, you left engineering to pursue your dream of playing football, and then went on not only to play for top football clubs and leagues in the country, but to represent India at the highest level. So, for our youth and people who want to become entrepreneurs. Yesterday, we had a beautiful session with Shekhar Gupta, where Honorable Chief Minister spoke about creating the ecosystem for entrepreneurship to thrive, because that is what is the story that is emerging from the Northeast, particularly our beautiful state of Meghalaya. So, what was that moment? Did you have a eureka moment? Did you decide that this is the moment? Because every decision is a matter of risk. There's a risk element. And a lot of youth are not able to decide to take that risk, that leap. So what is it that you did and you did that propelled you forward in your career? Mayuk, let's start with you.
Well, I grew up in Shillong. I was born in Shillong. My grandfather came to Shillong in 1934. He was a public servant back then. And one thing while growing up, I realized that my first gig after graduation was working with the All India Radio as an announcer. I was like always interested in enterprise, and back in the day there was not much opportunity because we also had a difficult time growing up. There's moments of disturbance in Shillong back then, and in probably the entire region, but also in Meghalaya. So through all of that, I started, doing odd jobs, worked in film production, worked with Doordarshan, did the whole beat. Sold vegetables. Sold vegetables. Used to buy vegetables from Smith and sell it in Machkwa. I used to drive a truck. So all sorts of things. That's what probably most entrepreneurs would do. But my base was that, and once I decided that I'd go out of the region to get more exposure. I went and I thought that I should equip myself with better education, so I went to IIM Indore, did a course there, and then from there started my corporate career, working with leading ad agencies, and later from there made the shift to marketing. And when you ask about Cherrapunji Gin, it was actually plan C. Not that I had plan A or B. It was simply born, C refers to COVID. So Cherrapunji is a COVID baby because back then I had a lot of time, like everybody else, to contemplate. And I said, I have all of these years of experience. I have all these years of, experience in building brands. And I think I can do something on my own. And I actually had a lot of entrepreneurial experience because, like I said, I started my whole career because being an entrepreneur, doing odd things, doing all sorts of things. And I said, this is something that I can totally do. And the only industry probably I had not worked on in my marketing or advertising days was alcohol. And when I came back, because my mom still lives in Shillong, and when I came back, I mean I used to live in Delhi. I came back and I said, I really want to do something here. And I thought, what is the one thing that I want to, that I can turn into a product? I've never been a services guy, and I don't know anything about building hotels or being, anything to do with service industry because that's not my forte. But products, brands, that's always been my forte. So I thought that let me build a product, but that too a world-class product from Meghalaya. The idea was not to say that there are 7 states and then make one product out of it. I was like, no, the product has to be from here. It's not going to be called Northeastern Craft Gin or something like that. So this is from here. And what is the one thing that I found that was special was rainwater. And not that I had any idea that I want to make an alcoholic beverage, by the way. I had zero experience. But the thing is that I knew that I had to sell rain. And when I started doing my Google research, it said, what can I do with rainwater? That time there was no ChatGPT. They said you can use it in, it's used for, as the rainwater is equal to distilled water, and they use it in dilution, in batteries. I said, that's not something that I can do because it's not my, thing. It's not like brand enough for all of that. Second thing, in Google page number 3, it said, it's also used in the dilution of spirits. And I said, bingo, this is it. I want to do everything around it, try and build a spirit. Till then also I did not know how to build a gin or whatnot. So I was like, let me try. And then I started, asking people, taking their help, so on and so forth. And had faced a lot of issues because, our ecosystem is not built around, that you get a plug and play, you want to make a gin and there are 10 people trying to, giving you ideas of how to build a gin. That did not happen. There was a lot of difficulty. I had gone to Netherlands to even learn how to be a master distiller. In fact, I'd learned from this gentleman out there, Sebastian, my master, who had learned from. So he taught everything that I know about being a master distiller. But yes, the point being, it's not easy. There was an inflection point. Inflection point for me was COVID, and that confidence that I can really build a brand. And I had got all in. Whatever I had, I just put in this business, whether it works or not, because I had a corporate career to fall back. If nothing works out, somebody will give me some sort of a job. So that was it.
Right, right. No, Eugene, yeah, Eugeneson.
Yeah, Cyril. Good afternoon, everyone. My story is very, very, very different. Like a boy from Shillong, every boy wants to become a football player. That I can say the whole of the Northeast, everyone wants to be a football player. But then while I was growing up, the situation is not the same as it is today, where the opportunities were very low. Parents probably wouldn't think of their child going into the sports profession. So, but my love for the game grew as I grew older. Grew up watching football at the Shillong Sports Association, the first division as we knew it before. So, as a kid that loved football, going into those matches, seeing the players play in a packed stadium, at that moment I felt that is where I wanted to be. But career playing football was not a wise thing then for parents to allow the children to do. So most of those players who played football were all amateurs, were all part-time football players who had government jobs. So as I grew older, I reached my 10th. That is where things had to be taken seriously. So I told my dad that I wanted to pursue football. So he said, we will find ways and means to send you to a place that you can get your coaching done so that it's a pathway for you to achieve this dream. So he said, okay, you go to school first, go do your 11th, do your 12th, so that you don't waste your time. But in my mind, I'm thinking that I already 50% of my mind is like, your football career is done. So at the 50, I'm just leaving a chance. So I took science, thinking that if that didn't work, probably the science stream would be a better option. But I went to school just for the sake of it. I did my 11 and 12 in Bangalore, so I went to school just for the sake. I would fail all my terms, exams, but when the final term came, then I realized 1 year back is going to set me back. I studied, finished my 12th, football dream was over, took up engineering, but that is when things changed. So I was in engineering college, ended up playing for the university. So I was more focused in the university than the academics. So I had the privilege, because I was studying in an engineering college, and the college felt great that there was an engineering boy playing for the university. So something very different. So they allowed me to play football. I would have 35 to 40% attendance, and they would allow me to do my exams. So I think I'd have to give it to the school that allowed me to do it. If it wasn't for that, I wouldn't be here. So yeah, that happened. So the first year of engineering was easy. Second year of engineering was also easy. But when the third year came, I had to put more time into studies, but I did not. So I ended up playing for a local team there, studied, played for university, then had a year back because I got backlogs. So I ended up being in Shillong the whole year round. So that is when things changed for me. And it was the first time that I had a season where I trained year round, competed in the Shillong division, and got the opportunity to represent the state. So that's how it all began. And after that, things change. My dad's surprised. How come I'm here? Because I didn't tell my dad that I got a year back. So every day would be a day growing up, going. Like I wake up tensed, what to say to my dad. I would have I would get up in the morning. I would be dreaming like, oh, I've got papers to attend that I have to write. But when I get up, I see my own bedroom. It's like, thank God. Okay, that's how it happened. Then, so it so happened that I think the stars aligned in such a way that is when Shillong Lajong qualified for the I-League the very first time in 2009. And this is, I have to give credit to Barming, who had done a tremendous job, giving a platform for the local boys at the highest platform of Indian football. But then I was playing for a different club called Arhima. Then Lajong got relegated. We were in the same I-League 2 with qualifications. When this coming season, Lajong qualified again, but Arhima didn't qualify. That is when the coach then, Pradyum Reddy, called me to come and join Lajong. So that's how it all ended up. I played for Lajong, then eventually ended up playing for India. Yeah, that's my story.
Wonderful. I mean, thank you for sharing your stories, because I think stories are what inspires people, right? And here we are at a Lit Fest to share stories, and that stories can be inspirational. It can really sow the seeds of future dreams. And interestingly, both of you, the dreams that you aspired to become were sown in childhood, early childhood, I would say. As a schoolboy, watching football, going to the Shillong League matches, you driving trucks to sell vegetables. So somewhere those seeds were being sown at a very young age. So having said that, can I ask you that a lot of your learning is outside the classroom, actually. It's outside traditional educational learning systems. So how that can play a role, the learning that doesn't happen in a classroom or the learning that happens through a mentor. Both of you, two common things I could take out of your story. One is the dream was sown a little early, but it was nurtured at some point of time. You by your late father, and you by your mentor here who taught you about gin making. You got the idea, but obviously you needed guidance because these were uncharted territories. So how do we create those systems, or how does that kind of learning happen? Do you want to share on that?
See, the biggest thing about learning is that you have to open yourself up to learning, number one, and also seek. Seeking is the most important thing when you have to learn. There'll be a lot of people who will be there to help you. But if you are shy, if you think that this person is not going to help you, you're not going to get that help. Right. Like I'm blessed to have many mentors throughout my career, because all I have to do is ask, and you'll be surprised. A lot of people don't say no. People say yes all the time. So I think the first framework is to ask. First framework is to get help. You might by yourself not be able to do everything, but there'll be people along the way to help you achieve what you want to achieve. So just throw yourself and then just seek for help. That's framework number one. Second thing is your ability to ask questions. Like for me, I ask everything that's happening around me. Like why should, for example, one of the things I ask, why should a gin be bottled in a glass bottle? It's heavy, it's not reusable, people throw it away, right? Why should a gin not be made from local botanicals? Why should we get all the botanicals all the way from Europe, right? Why can't we use things like Khasi Mandarin? Why can't we use Soyong in a gin? Like, these are questions that I asked. Because there were earlier frameworks saying that things can be done in a certain way. If you don't question, I don't think so you can learn. You have to be open to that. And thirdly, I think, which happened to me really early on, then this is my personal experience, I used to love playing chess, and I would play chess for days when I was like young, like with my aunt, who also had nothing to do back then. And she'd we'd play chess for about 10, 15 days without even food, this, that, So it gives you a lot of training of the mind. And also my father taught me how to play cards. So you start learning how to hedge your risks. When you're playing a game like Rummy, you know where to put your bet on. So later in life, if you have to be an entrepreneur, these things really help, right? And these are things that, no school or textbook ever teaches you.
Right. It's the experience of life, and very well put about just being open to getting help. I mean, that's what, because there's help all around, especially in today's age, including the government setting up systems and opportunities. But Eugene, you want to comment on what I first asked Mayuk? And
Yeah.
on what,
I would say in my career, throughout me growing up, I would say I had a lot of inspirations that I drew inspiration from. I was brought up in a boarding school, but Edmonds didn't have a boarding, but I went to a boarding that was run by De Castro, Sir and Ma'am De Castro. So, yeah. So in a boy, I was in the boarding since kindergarten. So my inspirations were the seniors. So every day after school, we would go to the boarding and have our snacks and come back to Edmund School to play our games. So we did not have parents, but we had our seniors to guide us. So for me, I drew inspirations from those boys who were with me in the boarding because we had seniors, like I could say that they were my elder brothers. So I drew inspirations from them. I remember there was an incident. So as a football player, you want to represent your school. Any student would want to represent the school in any form, whether it's debate, whether it's whatever it is. So we would, every morning, so before the boys would go to, normally Edmonds used to go to Kosyong to participate in a tournament that was run by Gotel's school. So there were boys from the boarding who would pack the bags and they said they're leaving the boarding to go play a tournament. So it felt nice. I felt nice for those boys and I felt like I want to be like them. So these were stages of inspirations in my life. So then we would, and then there were no phones, there were no nothing. We would wait till the following day to know whether the team won or lost. I think Cyril would know. In the blackboard, the board will be downstairs before the principal's office. So it would mention whether the school won and all that stuff. Yeah, so we would wait, and that drew inspiration. I drew inspiration from that kind of a moments. And then there's a moment that interaction with our principal then, Brother Keenan. So because we were boarders, I think he had a soft corner for us. So we would always play in front of the classrooms. There is a class 1, class 2 sections after school. And he would tag along with us. He would play football with us. So these are small inspirations that I took, that certain people valued what you were good at. And then eventually, yes, looking up to my dad, looking up to the inspirations of the local football players like Augustine Karkongor. So I think I learned a lot from that. And most importantly, from being in the boarding, where we were very independent and had to learn on our own and learn through vision, learn through eyesight, learning to experience of seeing what your seniors were doing. And we were lucky to have a good bunch of seniors who actually really took care of us. So for me, the guidance that they had shown was an inspiration. And obviously the inspiration for me also to be where I am is to inspire the next generation.
right. So from inspiration, let's move to opportunity. A lot of youth are watching, they're here and online, and I think like Shekhar Gupta, if anyone has a question between, you can raise your hand and we'll pass it on to you. Right, like the session yesterday, instead of doing it at the end, I will, take questions. If you have a question, just raise your hand and I'll come to you to ask these two gentlemen here. But let's start with opportunity, because ultimately opportunities are important. You all got the opportunities in your own ways, through mentors, through, facilities, school, etc. Today, let's start with football. The government of Meghalaya is really, pushing football. We all know that the government of Meghalaya is building India's largest football stadium, which is a dedicated football stadium in Maukhanu. Work has already started. So, coming back to you, Eugene, do you think the opportunities have increased, that youth have now the potential to actually bloom? Because why can't we have many more Eugenesons? We have the potential, we all know that. How do we ensure that not one Eugeneson emerges from Meghalaya, but many, many more? And do you think we are going in the right direction as far as, government policy is concerned, or what is lacking and what more can be done? Or what can others do?
Yeah, I think the government is doing its part. Yes, the government with regards to infrastructure development and the policies that they've done with regards to sports, not only football. I think it's a very, very important step towards the next goal. Yeah, the other part is that even private parties need to get involved in it because at the end of the day, we require, with regards to football, we require the right coaches, the right educators to lead these boys. Infrastructure without the right educators, without the right coaching system, without the right pathway is pointless. Yeah, but like compared to back then, yes, with regards to the support that the government is giving to sports, like recently we've seen our chief minister inaugurate the Shillong League and funding the league as well. So I think that is a step forward because with regards to the amount of football players that play the sport in Meghalaya, in a season, we have around 54,000 boys playing football regularly at club level. So that is, we have a close to about, we can say 800 clubs that participate in all over the districts. So with the government support, all these boys, you can say 54,000 are playing at the top level. So eventually, with the support of the government, yeah, we can see these boys going. So like I said, yes, it's important, but at the end of the day, the sustainability is the most important thing.
Right. Sustainability, yeah. Very important word. And I want to take to Mayuk. You mentioned about the fact that you didn't only look at rainwater as a source, but the rich horticulture, agriculture, biodiversity that's there in Meghalaya and the Northeast.
Yeah.
You took soyong, for example. You took cardamom and those botanicals and mixed it.
Yeah.
How does that translate into opportunity for others? Because obviously you need to work with farmers.
Yes.
You will not grow all of this, right? So in your ecosystem, how can our youth tap into that opportunity? Because Northeast and our state is rich in all of that.
Yes.
Can you shed light on that?
So the thing is that even before the gin was there, these fruits and botanicals already existed, right? So for me, it was about, my vision was clear that I want to use something which is really local, or let's say regional, and make it into a world-class gin. These ingredients that we use are mostly non-scalable. For example, Khasi Mandarin is limited to a certain area. For example, the tea that we take is limited to a certain area. So which is also the good thing. Today we hear limited edition everywhere, right? That's the in thing. But you know what I chose? I chose things that are limited by nature. The production is limited by nature, right? So today, when I had to create a supply chain, it was a nightmare because I went to the markets, I went everywhere, whatever I personally liked. I had gone to Netherlands, I worked with Sebastian, I said, let's create this, and then we were very excited. Recipe was made, and I was like, oh damn, now how do I get this at scale, right? Until today, like for example, we take the Khasi Mandarin. Sometimes there are people who take away the pulp, sometimes there are no takers. People can actually make a business out of it from the byproducts. For example, we use Kaji Nemu from Assam, the pulp, because we just use the peel. Right. So first of all, we have created opportunities. For example, I think soyong, which was fairly less known outside the state or outside of the region. Now people ask me, what is this soyong? It's a brilliant fruit. I want to taste the fruit by itself. Now, whether they buy the gin or not really doesn't matter. Now the fruit is also now, a known fruit. And I am really proud of that fact because what has happened is it's created sub-opportunities for farmers. For example, people who work with me, for example, social media people, for example, people who make the videos, etc. Everybody is from the place. So a plethora of opportunities open up when one business starts actually working, right? So it's not about what you create. When you create something which is phenomenal, which is scalable, everybody else starts benefiting, right? And that actually has been paved by what? I would say tourism has a large thing to play here because, I think the government of Meghalaya has done a phenomenal job with tourism, and I think we have a large inflow of tourists, and that also is happening because there's a lot of The state is stable, peaceful, and also, of course, beautiful, and really think it's been marketed really well. In fact, with brand Cherrapunji, we also do reverse marketing for the state when we put our bottles all across the world. So people ask, hey, where's this place Cherrapunji? Not everybody knows. So, there's genuine interest of, oh, there's a place called Meghalaya. Oh, you have cherry blossom. When we put a Soyong cherry blossom version in Japan, people ask, you have cherry blossom there? So yeah, it's a matter of pride, and I think all you have to do is create something which is scalable, which is phenomenal, which is where you're taking the place to the world. Like tourism does the reverse, get people to you. I do the reverse of tourism.
True. I mean, our farmers, the mandarin and the pineapples are all going everywhere today, but you are doing the value addition in the state, in Umiam, in the industrial estate. You're creating that product, creating employment, and having that entire value chain where everyone benefits, including tourism, where branding and all of that, right? And even in sports, there's an entire ecosystem that's needed to even organize an ISL match or the Durand Cup that was hosted. So many youth are getting the opportunity around that. So it's many people benefiting from enterprise. So having said that, since a lot of our youth are here, is there anyone who wants to ask anything in terms of people who want to become entrepreneurs? Because ultimately, we have two gentlemen here who moved into uncharted territory and who are also inspirers or inspirational figures for people who want to take up. But having said that, I want to ask, where do you think, Mayuk, are the opportunities of something like a Cherrapunji gin coming out of Meghalaya in terms of value addition? And, it can be anything. Where do you think for you are the top 2 or 3 opportunity sectors, if you put it that way, and why?
I think inherently we have to play to our strengths. I think people from Meghalaya or even from all over the Northeast, I think I'll speak only for Meghalaya, incredibly creative people. So you have to use that creativity somewhere. And creating a brand, whether it's a service or a product, it really doesn't matter. There should be, first of all, a vision that it's doable. That belief should be there that it's doable and it's you can take it beyond state borders and you can take it to the world, right? The biggest hurdle that people think is money, but trust me, it's not money. People put money, people invest. Today, it's not like 30 years back when you had to go to SBI for a loan and mortgage your property. All of that is not there. The barrier to entry to be an entrepreneur is very low. But there is also a high level of distraction today. When we were building, and as millennials, we had very little distraction, right? Today you have your phones, everybody wants to be an influencer. I'm not saying it's a bad thing, that's an economy in itself. But there are so many distractions as well. The barrier to entry is also So I feel if today somebody has to start a business anywhere in Meghalaya, I think they have to play to their strengths. Start a creative business. Don't do what's out there. Value add. Don't just take pepper and put it in a bottle and sell. Make a pepper sauce out of it, right? Add some value. Don't just take what you have. Add your creativity, add your imagination, and that's what we are good at. If we start playing to our strengths, right? Like I did not make a normal glass bottle and with the normal name, right? It's called Cherrapunji. It's got vibrant creative, vibrant graphics, a steel bottle. So that was my strength, right? I come from the place, I come with this perspective of questioning everything, and I think our people already have that in that. So play to the strengths. Don't try and think that you can outsmart, let's say, a Gujarati businessman. You can't. You can't play that volume and scale game. Play to your strength. That's what I would say.
Right. I think, enterprise, I agree with you. Enterprise is it's growing. A lot of people have become homestay owners. We were discussing yesterday. So many people are taking up making cafes, restaurants, doing fusion food. The latest issue of Condé Nast celebrated Meghalaya's unique innovations in terms of the culinary heritage. And that is also the strength of Meghalaya. In fact, sports tourism was also the strength of Meghalaya. But coming back to you, Eugene, you are also giving back to the community by mentoring Rangda Jade, coaching young boys, inspiring them. How's that going?
Yeah, it's going on. It's pulling on. Yeah, so like I said, when I was growing up, I saw a lot of football players after their careers. they didn't have anything. So my vision for football in Meghalaya was so that we have players who the youth can look up to. So when I was growing up, I had certain players who I look up to, but got lost along the way because career beyond football, there was nothing. After the playing career, there was nothing. So for me was to create inspirational figures for the next generation. And how to do that is through football players, ex-football players. So after I stopped playing, my objective was to start the program that I started at Rangjit before ending up in politics. That happened because of my father, he passed away. So I left politics so that I can continue what I wanted to do. What was already in my mind, I wanted to complete that first. Because sports is a very short career. 35, 36, 37, you're done. So what next? So a lot of boys in Shillong have very less educational qualifications, but are good football players, could be good coaches. So we started the Rangjit program where we got all the football players who are ex-football players invested in their coaching licenses, where they get themselves educated, get themselves licensed so that they can coach the next generation. So coming to that, now we have to build a sustainable system with regards to that. I can't be taking out money from my own pocket to keep doing it, because one day it'll collapse. I'll be like, I'm losing money, I'm done. But the thing is that we wanted to build a sustainable system where we built a facility, and through that facility we gain revenue, and with that money that we gain from there, we're pumping it back towards the club, where it supports the coaches, supports the salary of the players that are being paid at the senior team. And we have got coaches since we started. We started with 3 coaches. Now we are close to 30 coaches. So all these 30 coaches are all ex-football players, so we're able to make a livelihood for them. So my vision was making these ex-football players become inspirations, because the best knowledge and experience comes through those. Not someone who has not played football will come get his license done, come and coach. What can he coach? Yes, he may know theory very well, but the experience of playing, understanding what it takes to become a football player, that only a football player can teach kids. Yeah, coming to the next generation, so that is what we're trying to do.
Okay, thank you. I mean, very inspiring and very, because we know that Eugene won, and he joined politics also for a short while, and he could have then become a politician. Okay, I'll not speak much since there's a person there who wants to, yeah. So, yeah, please go ahead.
I just, having heard Eugene, whatever he said, I think there is a scope here for also realizing that there is a need of having sufficient infrastructure in terms of, I understand that, of course, Meghalaya is making one of the biggest football field stadiums in the country. But if you look at the per capita availability of facilities for the people, inspiration one side, such legends sitting here, after their careers are done, maybe coaching is of course one. If you compare where we stand with, let's say, a country which is minting medals every 4 years in Olympics, China, which has more than 4.8 million stadiums. When it comes to India, we have less than 10,000. And I can bet my bottom dollar that out of those 10,000, probably 7,000 are cricket. But I think if you're looking at becoming a center of excellence in terms of Meghalaya wanting to become for football, because you have phenomenal talent and phenomenal inspiration, maybe there is a case for you to have a look at this aspect of getting sufficient per capita stadiums, so that kids coming out of school, they don't have to run around trying to make makeshift football fields, and they have the absolute necessary exposure. That's all.
That
Thanks.
question is for me or for Eugene?
It's just my thoughts on the topic of this interesting discussion.
Okay.
It's an observation, I think.
Okay, observation. Okay, yeah. True, I think we all agree that's very important, obviously, and we dwelt on some infrastructure part, and things are obviously improving. A lot more needs to be done, but the idea was, how do we, bridge these dreams. That's the topic of this session. And we are on time. We have 5 more minutes. So,
Does anybody here want to be an entrepreneur, if I may ask?
yeah.
Any aspiring entrepreneurs? Yes, I know one. Okay, 2, 3. Yeah. Okay, so we can, because I'm also very interested in this aspect. If you have any questions for me, happy to answer, or we can open the discussion up now and then, since we have just 5 minutes left remaining.
Yeah, so if there are no questions here, but what I wanted to ask Mayuk was, are there people who are reaching out to him to know once he has created this global brand right now, Cherrapunji Gin, people are interested in how a homegrown gin was created. Do people reach out to you, and how are you able to mentor them?
Yes.
Because both of you are giving back.
True.
By sharing your trade secrets, so to say. You're not closed, because business secrets can be very closed and people are very insular, and because it's IP and trade secret, etc. But you all are giving back. So, coming to you.
I think, an entrepreneur 30 years back would be like this close. Today's entrepreneur is an open source book. Because, today the biggest difficulty is not information. Information is everywhere. Today, ChatGPT will exactly give you a blueprint on how to build any business, right? The value isn't doing it. The value is in network, because you have to find the right humans to do it. And that's very difficult, right? So I do mentor a lot of startups in the Northeast. Some of them, even from the Alcobev space, I don't see them as competition, but I see them as people who would generally benefit from what my experience has been. I do give, I'm not a pro in finance, so I will not give finance tips. But I'm good at fundraising, I'm good at, let's say, brand, I'm good at supply chain and international scaling. So these are things that I take up as mentorship as much as my time allows. So giving back is a huge aspect, because I think, there's so much opportunity for products and brands to come out from the region, right? And particularly Meghalaya, because I think, we live in a beautiful state, and we have a lot of people who come in as tourists, and I think they carry this word or the product from the state outside, and I think there's an opportunity. That means there's automatic distribution. People are buying, whether it's a pickle or any value-added product. I think, there's huge scope in building brands from the state. And one of the things that I avoid doing, and that I earlier said, is to club the entire Northeastern one. Because I think, that's not something that's, as a brand, it's your responsibility. You can use ingredients from all over the Northeast, but your positioning or your value that you give, so if you're from Meghalaya, it has to be from the place, and that's my core belief.
Okay, we'll quickly take 2 questions. Kong Patricia and then Kong Kara, yeah. Madam Kara, yeah. Kong Patricia, please, yeah. Short, quick questions so they can answer to the
Addressed
point.
to Eugene, because I asked this to Bhaijung Bhutia as well. We have a lot of futsal grounds, and they are expensive to access, right? And it also seems like many of those football grounds were once open to the local boys. Now they can't get in. So is that a good idea or a bad idea? Because anyone who wants to use that futsal ground has to go to the MLA, ask for money, then get in. Of course, there are futsal grounds that are used throughout the day. I don't know how they manage to get the money. But I think Baichung Bhutia had said that the Indian state needs to build more stadium, but not the VIP kind of stadium. They must be accessible to common people.
I agree with him as well. But the people who have started these futsal grounds in Shillong are all business people, not sports people. Okay, so we at Rangrajit, we are a football club. We build a facility so that our team can use it. And obviously, the evening hours are used for revenue. But the morning hours, that's from 5 till 7:30 till 8 o'clock before our team use, we allow the community in Pintor to use the facility. Saying that, Meghalaya, as you know it, every community has got a ground. Same like Goa. Every village in Goa has got a ground. And the grounds are maintained by the village. So even if you look in Meghalaya, apart from Shillong, if you go just 5 kilometers from the city center, you will still have your community grounds, and kids are still playing. It's just that kids nowadays see a vibrant pitch, they all want to go there. But yes, you have to charge them because you need maintenance. If you let it play for free, even to create a ground, Baichung Bhutia said a ground that can be played, yes, but then if you maintain a grass pitch is also very expensive to maintain. So you have to charge in order for the sustainability of the ground. We can build infrastructure, but if we do not have the money to maintain it, it's pointless. So the thing I want to say is that the pitch does not matter. If you look in South America, they produce the best players in the world, but when you look at infrastructure, I think India has better infrastructure than them. So I think at the end of the day, it's the heart, the dedication, and the ambitions of the players.
Thank you. Kong.
Thank you. My question is to Mayuk. सबसे पहले I think very huge congratulations, because I was just telling Shakil here that I was traveling somewhere in Europe in the airport. Yeah. So, and I saw that bottle of Cherrapunji, and I was so excited. I clicked a photo and I sent it home. I mean, like, it was such a proud moment for me, and really amazing. Congratulations. 2 questions. One, I mean, like, it's absolutely almost, against the grain, like, to set up a industry, to set up something in the Northeast, and especially, not in Guwahati or not in Assam, and getting your products, the distribution and everything. I mean, like, it's absolutely the opposite, of what normally, any industry, it's against the grain. How did you, manage to overcome those challenges? And then secondly, about the system, because you have a huge number of licenses and permissions and all that. Did you get that kind of support from the system in your journey?
So yeah.
I'll supplement a few more, Kara, if you don't mind.
Yes.
The western part of India, the enterprise comes in the blood.
Yes.
Your uncle is an entrepreneur, your society is an entrepreneur. People can smell money in anything and everything they do. It's part of life, ethos. As you come in east, I mean, I don't know what to say, there is a lot of impediments, and where you live also is not very supportive, inter ecosystem. As an entrepreneur successful, what sort of an ecosystem you suggest? And can we have a collaboration of successful entrepreneurs where youngsters can just walk in and interact? I mean, honest as it comes.
So you're very right. In fact, I'm a first generation entrepreneur in my family. Highly discouraged by my parents, by family, to do anything to do with business, right? That, business is a risk. We people, we don't do it well. These are the things that I was always told. But I genuinely knew that this is something that, and not from now, right? From the age of 17, I knew that, I want to do this. Like, I remember when I was 15 or 16, my cousin who had some shop in Guwahati, and he had a store for like party decor. I would take it up, get it to Shillong and go from house to house and sell. So it was in my DNA, and I got inspired by my cousins, etc., who were a little more entrepreneurial than me, but of course they're still working in jobs. First of all, you need to have inspiration, right? And the belief, because in our society, entrepreneurship is looked down and discouraged, highly discouraged. And I think back in our days, times were different. I think we live in different times now. I think we have so many opportunities, right? When it comes to our people, I think we are a little more shy. And when it comes to business, you just can't be shy. You have to be cutthroat. You have to be Thankfully, when I moved out, when I was about 23 or 24 from Shillong, that really helped, because that exposure, when you come out from the region, and then when you have to, interact and I was in a corporate setup, so it really does help, because then you have a level playing field. The system forces you to be, cutthroat. So that's one. And when it comes to the second question, whether difficulties building this business, immense. I think this is the most difficult business or industry to work, to be an entrepreneur in. I chose it because it's foolish. Because I did not anticipate so much, legislation or so much regulation. It's a highly regulated industry. But I went ahead nonetheless. And like I said earlier, when I got stuck, I just went and asked people, can you please help? And everybody helped. Like I went into the office of the biggest liquor company in the world and hired their chief operating officer when he was still serving. And I said, sir, I don't have money to give. Will you join me? This is what I can give. And that's about it. And then he joined. He said, I love your idea. I love your energy. And it happened through Twitter. Somebody connected me on a tweet, and you guys should meet. And then, so it's all about asking, all about getting help. If you ask for help, you'll genuinely get help. That's what my belief is.
Amazing, amazing stories. So I think we are run out of time, but we could go on and on. But we've had an amazing session with these two, gentlemen who have really bared out their hearts, talked about entrepreneurship and what inspired them. And if we can just take back a few things, a lot of their dreams were sown in childhood, and that's where dreams actually are sown, because the child is creative. The child doesn't know any boundary or any constraint. And that is what has kept their entrepreneurial journey alive. And I'm sure there are many young children who dream of things. So don't lose hope, inspiration. The systems are improving, things are improving. And if you have mentors like Mayuk and Eugene who are happy to bear their heart out and share their stories with you and inspire you and drive you to passion, I'm sure things are possible. And just to take a cue from what Mayuk used, he used the word foolish. The great entrepreneur Steve Jobs said, stay hungry, stay foolish. I mean, he gave this beautiful convocation address, which is a masterclass, I think, in entrepreneurship when he addressed Stanford University students. You should all watch it on YouTube. Many of you may have. So I think on that note, thank you, gentlemen, for that beautiful conversation. Thank you. It's been an inspiration for me also to converse with you. And thank you to the audience for being part of it and sharing your thoughts so that we could really take the best out of this session. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you very much. I request our volunteers from the Shillong Lit Fest to kindly present our guests on the dais with a small token of appreciation from the festival. Just keep one more. One moment. Ladies and gents, after a session that has given us some food for thought, now it is time for a session that discusses the thoughts behind our food. To begin our exploration of the next session, Shillong on a Plate, we have 4 guests who will be joining us on the dais. Firstly, we would like to welcome a figure of immense grace and a dedicated advocate for India's living heritage. She is widely recognized for her efforts in restoring and preserving the culture and culinary legacies of Gwalior and the legacies of the Scindia dynasty and beyond. Her passion for the intersection of history, tradition, and the heart brings a unique pan India perspective to our discussions on the flavors of the Northeast. Please welcome Priyadarshini Rajesh India. She is a dedicated advocate for India's living heritage, the Maharani of Gwalior, as a co-founder of the Siti movement, which brings together chefs, creators, and entrepreneurs for curated meals, cultural immersions, and candid conversations in collaboration, fine dining, and the future of India's F&B industry. Joining her is our next guest, a pioneer in the world of food journalism. Ladies and gents, let's welcome Hoinu Hausel. She's an experienced journalist, having reported for leading publications including the Asian Age, Indian Express, Hindustan Times, the Times of India, and the Telegraph. Hailing from Manipur and now based in Gurgaon, she has transitioned to focus on stories from the Northeast India. She is a Reuters Fellow, holding a certification in gastronomic tourism from Le Cordon Bleu. She's the author of the Essential Northeast Cookbook, which introduced the region's cuisine to a broader audience. Her latest book, Stories the Fire Could Not Burn, a personal account on the Manipur crisis, is a well-received work of nonfiction that continues her engagement with themes of resilience and lived experience of conflict. Through her writing and her platform, Northeast Odyssey, she has played a critical role in bringing the sophisticated simplicity of our traditional kitchens to global recognition. Our next guest is a musician, an entrepreneur, and a cultural activist from Shillong. Please welcome Hamar Singh El Karmar. He is an alumnus of St. Stephen's College and Berklee College of Music, Boston. He was based in New York, touring primarily as a musician and composer, getting opportunities across continents, including a tour opening for Coldplay across most of Europe and the UK. He has formed two of his own bands in New York City. He is now based permanently in Shillong, dedicating his time, thoughts, and energy primarily to the preservation and advancement of Khasi indigenous culture through involvement with the Seng Khasi. There is also a band that he's involved with, a cultural acclaimed Khasi contemporary folk band called Daminot, and Rinsan Shillong, which is the first restaurant from Northeast India to feature in the prestigious Condé Nast Top 50 Restaurants of India 2025. To moderate this delicious dialogue, we have a writer known for her sharp wit and a keen observation of Indian society. Ladies and gents, it is my pleasure, and I invite you all to please warmly welcome Shunali Kullar Shroff. She's a best-selling author and columnist whose ability to weave storytelling with cultural commentary makes her the perfect guide for our journey to the food scene of Shillong. Her latest novel, The Wrong Way Home, explores divorce, identity, and reinvention in contemporary India and has been described by the Indian Express as a genuinely smart novel about the performance of self, and by the Hindu as not a trivial novel, combining breezy humor with unexpected depth. She's also the co-author of Not Your Auntie, a popular cultural podcast where nothing is sacred and everything is up for dissection. It recently ranked number 73 among the top 100 podcasts in the world on Good Pods in a cross-genre global listing, and just behind Oprah Winfrey. I think that deserves a clap. Ladies and gentlemen, we hand over the session to our moderator.
Welcome, everybody. I think before we start this cultural immersion, it struck me that today I'm going to be speaking to a cultural activist, among other things, a cultural curator, and a cultural chronicler. So it can't get more cultured than this. I am a travel writer. I write extensively for Condé Nast Traveler magazine. And as it turns out, they've featured Shillong on a plate this month, so it's really a beautiful coincidence. I didn't have to do too much homework to prepare for this discussion. It's also great that we are doing this prelude here in Delhi because you know how they used to say what happens in Bengal today happens in the rest of the country tomorrow. So in this scorching heat, when it's boiling and pit roasting outside, to be talking about the misty hills of Meghalaya sitting here inside is almost some sort of a psychological relief. And I think that brings me to the fact about something we must acknowledge actually, that rest of India has long held a fascination for the beauty, the beautiful landscape and the rich culture and music of the Northeast, particularly Meghalaya. And yet, there has been a kind of delayed curiosity. It's something that we say, oh, this is a part we are really not familiar with and we must get to it one day. But that one day takes forever to arrive. And there is no easy explanation for that. Perhaps it's the distance. It is the fact that it seems almost mythical in some sense because, until recently there wasn't really aggressive marketing the way other states in India do. But it also is not a justification because now, of course, there's been some reckoning. There's been talk about the food, the Shillong Literature Festival, cherry blossoms, and all of that. So the point isn't that why didn't food from the Northeast reach our palates sooner? I think the problem here is why didn't we electively seek it out sooner? And I think Hoinu would be the right person to, get this conversation started. Hoinu, where has been the gap given the fact that, you now, since years, are trying to bridge that distance between the Northeast and the rest of the India through all the work that you do, your book, all the Northeast Odyssey, and what is that website you do? Northeast Stories, yes. So where has the rest of, why is this gap here? And how do you think we can bridge this quickly? Take my mic.
A very good afternoon, and thank you so much, Shonali, and thank you to the organizers for giving a platform where we can dialogue and continue to talk about things that are very little known, but now tumbling out of the obvious boundaries. I will just begin with my book in terms of the gap. I feel the book that I did, the Essential Northeast Cookbook, when I look back, I realize it's not just a simple culinary project. It is actually a very serious work that attempts to document and place Northeast because it was really missing from the national imagination. And the gap, as you asked, for me, Northeast, when we talk of Northeast, it's not just the hills and the mountain, it's a lot of people sitting there. So at the core of any policy, at the core of anything, at the core of governance sits people. And if we don't take people along, then what are we taking? We talk of governance, but who are people governing? They're governing the people. We talk of policies. The policies are for the people. So for me, people are at the core of anything that I do. The Northeast Stories, for instance, was born when I did about 15 years of active journalism. I realized that the stories that are so important in the Northeast are not really considered important. They would be just reduced to a small column in the back page, and very negligible, you could miss it. And also for me, the most powerful stories are stories that are positive of people. And how long are we going to just write about, okay, there's a bomb blasted, there's violence there. And of course, our story is different. It continues even as I speak now. But then why must it always be about the negativity about the Northeast? So therefore, I realized there's so many important stories of people, like Hammer, what he's doing is so important. Nicholas, who's sitting there, he is quite ahead of his time. He's the one who created that movie, Akuni, Akuni, which really documents a very important part of what is it that we eat, what defines us. So these are missing in the national mainstream because they're not important enough. It's not political story. It's not stirring enough. It's not disturbing enough. But for me, these are people who make the Northeast. These are people who define the Northeast. Therefore, the Northeast Stories is a platform where we will talk about the people and their very, very compelling stories. And so the gap is because in our mind, we think that Northeast is very far, but mind you, with just 3.5 hours, the same duration that would it take you to maybe perhaps the south or, uh, uh, the other parts of, Bombay or so. Bombay is 2.5 hours. So I think sometimes it's also in our mind, it's not all that far. Now you can just, how many flights are there to Guwahati, for instance? How many flights are there to Imphal in the, in the conflict? There are flights going up and down. It's just that in a mind space, we are not able to sort of bring them. And so a lot of work I do is really to bridge the gap. When I say bridge the gap, I see what is missing. I won't do what everybody is doing. For instance, when I started the Northeast Odyssey, that's when tourism began to understand that the Northeast is really the replica of the Southeast Asia. But again, information were missing. When I went to the state bhavans, all I got was very outdated brochures which talks about longitude and the, just very obvious stuff. Then I realized we need to build a platform where we actually document all the important tourism products. So a lot of things that I do is really with an invested heart, because I'm sitting here and I know the gap, and it's a difficult work, but I will carry on. I shall not take this away. So please, so that's it for me. Thank you.
So what I hear you say, Hoino, is that I think somewhere not being visible enough and being engaged with enough has bothered you. And I can also see the passion you have for your land, which is what brings me to Hammer Singh. We just heard your glorious bio. Opening for Coldplay is not, child's play. You have a Berkeley education. So what made you want to give up your life outside of India and move back to Shillong? And then eventually what led to the restaurant?
Thank you, Shanali. Good evening, everyone. I was tired of New York, so I actually escaped New York. I'm so happy that I'm back home, number one. But I'm very lucky that I went there, and I always tell people I never meant to live in America forever or anywhere outside home. I come from a family that's like very invested in working towards building a good society, and in different ways, many facets, with football, culture, hospitality. So it's kind of in my blood to have that responsibility. It's in there. It's in my mind all the time. But I was very lucky that I was able to go abroad, and it's while I was there that I started to realize how special home is. Because, we take things for granted. Wherever we are in India, we tend to complain. You see too much of the problems, or maybe you lack the motivation, especially my generation, I think. So when you go out, and then I was a musician, so I was so lucky, toured all over the world. And wherever you tour, they give you amazing food, So but I always missed home food. So actually, I was thinking, and then I started cooking when I was abroad, because you have to cook. So I was like, I want that pork, which I used to eat at home. How do I do that? So I cook it myself, call my mom and get the recipes. there was this thing where I was like, music was the first part where I was like invested just in music, you know. I want to create music that has something from home. So I always had this in my mind. Then I was like, food also. I was like, I wish you could have a Northeastern restaurant in New York. And all my friends would say, open a restaurant here. I was like, no way. It's like, seems like the craziest thing. So eventually I was like, you know what? Actually, I don't even know much about home anymore because I'd been away so long. And then slowly I'd come back. Every opportunity I had, I like try to find out more. And then I realized I need to just escape New York, come back home and learn. And when I came home, one of the things, I'm very involved with an organization that's really all about cultural preservation. So most of my weekends for the last 6 years, more than half my weekends in some rural area. And that's when you start to learn. And you see, wow, there's amazing food. And then I was like, oh, but I need to also have something, you know, like, I can't just be doing this cultural thing only. I was like, yeah. So then the restaurant idea started. And initially, the restaurant idea was also create a place where I bring New York to Shillong, you know, like the Brooklyn, Williamsburg. Yeah, it's like rustic, but it's also kind of rooted in the. So it started with that, but then slowly, as the more I started digging, I was like, and I was thinking, there isn't a place where, say, if you came to have Northeastern food, where you could sit comfortably and just get a sort of sense of it. So then I realized, oh no, I need to create this space, but at the same time have something where the locals also would. So the whole concept of Rinsan was like, you know, thinking of people from Delhi, Bombay, but at the same time, a local would come and get something that's from Southeast Asia. And that's when you realize like the Northeast is just the incredible place. It's this meeting point of South Asia and Southeast Asia, be it the language, the people, and especially the food. So once I started on that, started really get inspired, and I was like, there's so much to do here. There's so much to do. And I was also like, whatever I do in Rinsan should then, you know, make someone want to go and have it. And the best food is actually in the rural areas. The little stalls that are outside Shillong. Yes. There's like one place where you have the best smoked pork.
Either the Kong shop.
Yeah. And it's just that they do 4 things there and they do it so well. And I've eaten at Michelin star restaurants. I'm like, that's as good as a Michelin star. So it's exciting. That's Meghalaya. So much richness and so many facets of culture. But then you go to Mizoram, you go to Assam, the different parts, the Karbi areas. We only know largely the Brahmaputra Valley cuisine. But then you go to Arunachal, everywhere. So Northeast is just super, super exciting. And I think now the world in general is looking at, you know, they're not like, oh, I want to go somewhere and have a room on the 25th floor and look at the city below me. They're like, I want to go into nature, I want to meet people who are interesting, and I want to know what their stories are, what they eat. So I think that's where, both ways, we're doing our job, thanks to Ms. Hoinu here, who started it much earlier. And like, I'm just very lucky, just jumped in and yeah, so just part of the story, really.
But, you know, this is so interesting that you say that. So I was catching up with the Condé Nast team that did the story recently. And the editor was saying to me that when you go to these Kong shops and you have completely it's farm to table in the real sense, not as a marketing buzzword. And he said, it is just so fresh and so delicious. The flavors are so complex, even though it's simple but complex. And he said something very interesting, and I said, I'm going to quote him on that. Which is, he said that, you know, if you can trust the food of a place, you can trust its people. And he said that even though they are along the roadside, they are so tidy and so neat and so clean and so fresh that you can literally eat off the floor. And I thought that really is a beautiful way to describe an experience, even though I haven't eaten there, but I could sort of feel it on my palate. And so, between you and Hoinu, you've started a movement, which now, of course, a very big part of it is going away. I think for a lot of us now who grew up loathing India and criticizing it, as you say, finding faults with it constantly, I think there's been a strange shift. We are also drawn to our country and to the roots now, and there's a sense of we don't want so much American influence. We want to understand our own people, our own culture, and our own roots. And Priyadarshini here, you seem to have not had to go very far away from India to have that appreciation that so many of us have had. So can you just, for the sake of our audience, talk a little bit about CT, how it came together, and then we can get to CT 2.0 that you just did at Shillong.
Hi, so good evening and thank you for having me here. I think I'm the newest entrant on the panel and can speak very little about the stories that come out of the Northeast. I am not the original storyteller. I'm only a person who's experienced it like many others who went with us did. So CT actually began when me and my co-founders were sitting together and we were talking about the food industry and craft and heritage and even textile and how they all don't actually work or speak to each other or together. A lot of times, restaurants in Bombay are looking for black clay pottery, but they'll never get to the potter. They'll get to the middleman. And we wanted to take people to the originators rather than through other channels. So, and what we always found is that if you build a table with generosity, people will come. And the most disarming place for anybody to create a community is always a table. When you are sitting together and eating together, you may be from the south of the country to the east of the country, but you have similar memories of food, similar stories of sitting together and eating, similar stories of creating communities and moments and memories together that unite you immediately. So City began as something like that. We started the first one for me, obviously, in Madhya Pradesh. And as we were going around and Sid and I were doing our own things as well, he had the opportunity and he had spent a lot of time in the Northeast before, but he had an opportunity to go back and shoot some film there. And in that conversation, it just so happened that I made a trip to Meghalaya. And then we spoke, and the conversation that we had during that one phone call was actually quite amazing because for me, I was like, Sid, everyone talks about the fact that no one goes to the Northeast. I'm really happy that no one's been there because I've been able to go and talk to a person who's been smoking pork for the last 50 years in that shop. And they were able to communicate it to me. And I thought I wouldn't be able to communicate with people there, but they spoke perfectly good Hindi and good English. And I, of course, speak a bit of Nepalese, which also helped me sort of maneuver my way around. The textiles, I mean, Eri, the fact that it's not just a weaver or a person who's spinning thread, you have to be a rearer, you have to mother the moth to be able to create a textile. How fascinating, how amazing that this actually comes from the thought of rearing rather than just growing and selling. So there were so many layers to things apart from food. Bamboo, I mean, something that is completely integral to the Northeast and to Meghalaya. And today in design schools, you're talking about industrial design. That's something for generations and centuries that have been creating amazing designs, but designs that are used in homes and spaces for use, not just for decorative arts. So when you have that culture that's so alive, and not only alive in the elders, but alive in the youngsters today, that's the place I want to go. Those are the stories I want to hear, and that's the message I wanted to give out. At the same time, because of social media, it's brought us so much closer. We're able to see a lot, but we're also getting the wrong stories. Because a person like me is going into the Northeast and, going to someone like him and saying, tell me, what are you doing? What are you doing? Oh, sorry. And he kind of is stepping away from me and saying, I don't want to talk to you, or I'll just tell her something and get rid of her immediately. So when we did CT, we consciously said, who are the 50 people we want to take? And of the chefs and of the creators and of, I mean, we had investors, we had hoteliers, we had magazines, we had so many different types of people there. We were conscious and said, you know what, let's take some creators with us. And there was a huge fight because I was like, oh, I'm not going to be handling them and they're really difficult to handle. And Sid said, no, but these are the voices that are going out. So let's take them to the source so that whenever they put something out, they learn, they understand how to treat and speak and talk the language so the story goes out correctly. And when we got there, we ourselves were amazed that we just had to step away from it because we were not the hosts, we were the guests. We were also CT guests because we were still learning every day. And chefs took over. He took over the meal that he hosted for us, told the stories, took us through processes, took us through food, took us through foraging. And every other chef, every other designer, every other weaver, they were all part of the stories because those were the stories we wanted to hear. There was a time when we were out in the middle, of the forest and we were eating, and the local chef who was hosting us there got a little late bringing the food out. Before we knew it, there were 50 chefs, 20 chefs from India got up, and one is sitting right here, and took over the chef and helped. And we were all sitting there, and all these guys, were in the back cooking with the local chef and saying, come on, we're all here together, we're all in this together. And that is community. That is what CT does, and that was the goal. After that, we're not gatekeepers. It is not our story to keep and then to quietly inform someone, go and see it. We put it out there. We took people and we said, you want to work in textile? Meet this person directly, create the economics you want to create. We reached out to them and said, how do we take you to a Delhi or to a Bombay and do a phenomenal pop-up where we can tie up with weavers and storytellers and writers and musicians to take not only the taste but the table of Meghalaya to different parts of the country. And we found that the local government was the most helpful. They were the ones that were encouraging us every step of the way. And when we would be like, oh, this is really going to be difficult, we're not going to be able to do this, they would turn around and say, what do you need? And when you have that kind of partnership, when you go to the ground and you realize that the government is reaching out to the youth and is saying, you know what, you need new instruments, we'll give them to you. Where do you want to go with that? You want to do something, you're an up and coming grower, you have this much land and this is what you're growing, okay, what can we do for you? And then you have people like him who are actually bringing those people together and bringing them to Shillong, and they're able to tell those stories. I may not get into the Garo Hills and I may just go to Shillong and leave. Yeah. And then the other thing that Shillong also tells you is that it's not just tribal and it's not just the back of beyond. There is such a beautiful and inclusive modern side to Meghalaya. Of course, the tribal history is so important and integral, but also the contemporary part of what it is also important. What is the youth doing? Are they doing interesting things? You had a panel here before I came on, and look at the kind of things that are coming out of there. So to be not writing their story, but to be joined to sort of seeing where this story leads, that's the gift.
What you just spoke about and what CT managed to achieve, and I was reading about culinary cascades, you guys work together on that. So I think that there's been a cultural erosion because of wide globalization. And I think that if you can buy black clay pots on Amazon, it's great for the consumer, but it isn't so good for cultural, for communities as such. And capitalism to that end has sort of flattened out all these particular experiences from various parts of the world into sort of a Starbucks, McDonald's experience. You get the same thing everywhere, which is good again for capitalist societies. But at one level, it's very slowly eroding into systems that we may lose forever unless they are documented the way that now Hoenu has been documenting them. And
sorry, if I can just come in on that. Also, the idea of the fact that we promote the idea that craft is cheap.
Exactly.
You know, it should be bought from, say, a Delhi hat only, or, you know, it's not cheap.
And it shouldn't
And
be.
it shouldn't be.
I mean, Dior isn't cheap, but people don't go to Dior stores and Hermes stores and say that, it's overpriced. Of course, it is overpriced, but you think of it as a brand. But artisanal work supports and sustains families, communities. And which also brings me to the point of communities. What I got from your book was that the tribes, the sub-tribes, through the length and the breadth of the seven sisters and one brother, it is still a place where communities cook together, forage together, eat together, as opposed to urban India where children are sitting in front of television sets or parents are listening to podcasts and quickly, rushing through a meal. And that is actually what keeps a society and its values together. I mean, I was reading it with a sense of extreme longing because I live in Bombay and you all have a sense of how lives are in Nasiri. So when you started writing your book and you traversed through, the entire length and breadth of that path, what did you see and learn that you didn't already know, even though you are from Manipur yourself?
Thank you for that question. When you step out and go back, you see things in a much more different light. When I was doing the book, it wasn't because, a creative impulse had seized me. It was really because it was really absent. So as I said earlier, it's not just a simple culinary project, but it is a very strong assertion and a kind of documentation and a protest, if I may use the word, to stop any kind of simplification or to normalize the absence of it. When I was writing, the landscape in the capital city was such that there was a lot of racial slur against people from the Northeast. All sprang from ignorance that anybody who does not eat the kind of food that we eat, food fundamentalism, which is called, is abnormal, or it's obnoxious, or it would be just defined as exotic, or at the least people will say, oh, Northeast people, they just eat anything that flies and walks, or they eat only momo. So there was a lot of misunderstanding in terms of the food that we ate, and I think it is important to first understand any community, any culture, by gauging into what is it they eat, because it's also a very important part of our identity. Therefore, I started on something as universal, as intimate as food. And so the backdrop of that was, there were a lot of misunderstanding in North Campus. Nearly on a daily basis, we have issues where the landlords were opposing the tenants from cooking what they call the smelly food, or they would ask them, will you be cooking pork, will you be cooking beef? So it was on the backdrop of all of those. And it was absolutely missing, and I needed to do it. And I'm very sad that it's still today, it's the only book. What I did was just a tip of the iceberg, and I'm happy that I'm working on 2 volumes now, which will really look into places beyond Assam, beyond the capital. So, because the real stories are in the interiors of every state. So therefore, I will be going back and bringing in a much more detailed this thing. That's when I will absolutely need help from people like Cyril Sir, and let me take this opportunity. So what was really missing was the national, the recognition there. And therefore, this is just the tip of the iceberg, and I'm glad that we are able to sort of document them. And as I said, we are all from the oral history, which means that anything that we have, we practice, are not even documented. And we also feel that it's not worthy to be documented. So it's more of the silence. And in observing, do we realize that there's so many nuances that can be captured? So I hope I've answered you, and I'm just.
But documenting food history, which has been a spoken tradition, I think also plays its role in giving a sense of identity to displaced communities as you're facing in your own home state. And could you talk a little bit about that, the challenges of documenting something that has so far only been oral, and then you didn't just zero in on, say, Manipur or Meghalaya, you decided to cover the entire Northeast. And I found it very fascinating, going from home to home. So talk a little bit about your on-ground experience doing that. How was it, dealing with women across generations and with men and then drinking their local rice beer and rice wine. So just, a little more, I know that there's enough philosophizing that we are doing, but it'll be great to hear that too.
Yeah. First of all, unlike any other cuisine of, very evolved communities, ours is not even standardized. If I go to one home and watch how they cook simple thing like dal, it would vary from home to home. So how do we standardize all of those? How do we bring measurements? There was absolutely nothing. So, but the charm of it is it was very organic, very raw, very authentic, very real. So in that rawness, in that, very unpaved way is actually where the Northeast food comes in. It's very organic, and it's like somebody said, it's also a great representative of the people. Like Northeast food is not camouflaged with any kind of spices, and that also a great representative and marker of people. You see Northeastern people, you see them as they are. So I think food is also a great representative. Not that I this thing, but if you look at palak paneer or the spinach, first you wash it, and then after that you boil it. You throw the water, which is the greatest nutrient.
Yeah.
We drink that, and then you blend it in a mixie. By the time it goes into it, there's nothing left. Whereas in the Northeast, a spinach would be boiled, half boiled. You drink the water and you drink that parboiled, half cooked thing. So I think a lot of what we eat also defines us. And the spices that we use again are very homegrown. It could be ginger, garlic, or something that we forage. So I think food is a great marker, and they also an extension to an identity. Yeah. And I actually went from home to home, cooked meals. Sanjay Hazarika here, sir. I had spent many afternoons troubling them. He and his late wife. I went to the house. A lot of things, a lot of research also happened right here in Delhi. I would call people and literally barge into their homes and ask them, please, can I sit with you, watch you while you cook? So I'm thankful to many people who opened up their homes, and that's how it was done, because I didn't know where to start. There was no library to refer. So it was really, going from home to home, understanding. Again, I said, being a participative observer is how I sort of managed to bring in all of those. Yeah, thank you.
You've done a lot for the Northeastern cuisine, I have to say. And your name will go down in the annals of food history of the region.
But let me just add something. The book was done in 2004, and the second edition in 2014, before the social media era. So never has it been applauded and received so well as it is now. So it's amazing that it's as if the book just came out, but it's been, it's quite a while back.
But
that it
we
came
were
out,
talking
yeah.
about it on email, via mail the other day. What has changed between then and now in terms of the landscape of the Northeastern food, at least say in Delhi?
Yeah, a lot have changed. One, of course, the urban palette itself is very experimental now. We are not just, we have moved beyond, the very predictable food. We have also done away with continental. We are now going and researching a backyard. It's time that right now, the resurrection of, let's say, the regional food is really coming into play. We have people like Tanisha, who's from Shillong, who's very instrumental, I must say, in introducing Meghalaya food and the Northeast food to very high-end restaurants. So we have very enterprising young people who are bringing in their pop-ups. Food has been, the central, let's say, a very integral part of evenings where people are brought together to discuss, to talk about ingredients, to talk about food that are so, so exotic, considered so exotic, but nonetheless very important in the urban palette today. So I think the search for something which is not predictable has also brought in regional food, not just from Northeast, their food from Jharkhand, their food from Bihar, their food from, down south. So I think it's really a movement that people are now experimenting. And that in that scheme of thing, I'm glad that Northeast food has also featured very beautifully.
That's fantastic. Hamar Singh, I wanted to ask you, when you opened your restaurant and you have people, as you said that you were cooking for people outside of Meghalaya as well. So when people from this part of India or the southern part of India come and dine at your restaurant for the first time, what is the typical reaction that you get?
So Rinsan means platform, and the whole concept is to showcase flavors, stories, music. But right now the focus is primarily on food. One thing which, when you're designing the menu, is that a vegetarian should also have a great northeastern meal. Because every time, like I was saying, I go to the countryside, and the meals sometimes have no meat. But you have this amazing array of banana flour, some seasonal mushrooms, yam, and potato cooked with a specific herb that grows at that time. So actually, people, they come there. I don't want to, actually, people are just excited to come and eat. They're not looking at it also as like, oh, it's this exotic thing. They're just like, oh, I want to come. I want to eat food from the Khasi, Jaintia, Garo hills. And I think Naga food had dominated so much, so it's very strong, very robust, very chilly, it's like fiery. But actually, when you look at the Northeast, the bamboo shoot changes from one place to another, the way it's cooked. Not everything is all that fiery, like chilly hot, So we have some really funky dishes. I mean, it's funky in the sense like, say, pig head salad. Now, someone who's like, what the hell is pig head salad? They'll be like, well, it's normal for us. But, I think the image comes. But I always say, when I went to France, they said, eat a frog. I said, I don't want to eat a frog. It's like, sometimes I see someone eat a steak and it's bloody, it's a rare steak. I'm like, that looks disgusting. Or you bring out a smelly cheese and it smells like socks and they're like, wow, this is so tasty. I'm like, yeah, so don't come here and say Turumbai smells bad or something.
It's just unfamiliarity, basically.
But people are coming very excited. But I think social media has also made them excited, but also less shocked. Yeah, so it's good. I think it's really good. But I always say everything looks too good on social media. So come and eat it yourself.
Yeah, we know that. It's a half fiction. So anyway, but you know that Noma, I mean, now Noma doesn't exist as such, but people used to fly up and down and say, oh, I got a table at Noma to eat. Things that you guys have been doing since the beginning, fermenting, foraging, kitchen, forest as pantry. So do your people find it extremely ironic? This is your way of life that is called fine dining in the West.
No, so I keep bringing the example of Noma. It's like, this has been going on. But credit to, he's in a little bit of a soup right now, but besides that, what the West has done, which I'm very inspired by, and including parts of Asia, is like they take something, they keep the essence, but they present it in a new way. So it's exciting. You see something, and you eat with your eyes first, and then but then you taste it, and it goes into a different dimension. So yes, foraging has been happening. I always say sushi restaurants are the worst for the environment. Is a plane that flies all the way from a market in Tokyo, comes to New York, the amount of carbon that it's produced. So similarly, we did a dinner at the Leela. Very grateful to Condé Nast, but I was thinking, I don't want to keep taking ingredients from flying them across. So yeah, come to Meghalaya, come to the Northeast. It actually tastes much better. The leaves look green, and come to Rinsan, but Rinsan is meant to not send you, like inspire you to go out and eat in those shops, because that's really, really incredible. I'm still like a New Yorker. I'm like, wow, that's so cool. So even though I've been back for almost 8 years now.
No, so the concept of the philosophy of, I don't know how to enunciate it, the Mother Earth. Yes. So, it is integral to who your people are. But as your cuisine, I mean, even if you're inviting everybody here to Meghalaya at some stage with all that the government is doing and people, I mean, like the people on this panel are doing, a stage will come where there will be restaurants from your part of the world, in all larger cities of of the planet. And so what do you think is lost when a wider audience is gained, like what's happening with matcha right now, right? In Japan, there's overproduction and there's soil erosion. There's all sorts of things that should not be happening, but it's a trend on social media and Gen Z. My children order matcha latte every day with mango in it from a cafe. So this kind of thing is alarming. So do you fear that?
We get a little close to that, I'll be like, yeah, okay. Right now, it's like you can't compare ourselves to Japan. But yeah, I think there's awareness. We need more awareness because we are actually the worst. We treat our environment really badly. I think what's nice about this whole excitement about the Northeast is that it's instilling that pride within us that, hey, our food is amazing. We don't need to, I keep putting this example. You go to Shillong now, earlier it was Chinese and Indian written outside. Now it's Khasi and Indian and Chinese. And some places only Khasi cuisine. So that's a nice change. And I don't want to fly things out of the Northeast too much, but I don't mind all of you flying to the Northeast.
Okay, done deal. Priyadarshini, I believe you took participants to sacred forests, to, tea estates, to smaller communities. Does food on the palate taste different when you know where it comes from?
I think fresh food always tastes different. I think how food is handled makes a difference. And like he said, when you fly it out, it does taste different. When I have fish in Maharashtra, when I have a dhokla in Gujarat, when I have a mula in Nepal, a muli, when I'm there, it definitely does taste different. Their achars taste different. The water is different. The cooking techniques that people from, right? So I definitely think that it's important for us to get there, but allowing pop-ups to happen and encouraging them only brings us a little bit closer, connects us a little bit more. If I've seen him at a pop-up in Delhi or in Bombay, it will make me want to go to because at the time it was so disconnected, the Green Revolution kind of bypassed it. So ancient techniques are still relevant. And if I want to eat ancient rice and look at how people foraged and how they used the weather and environment to cook and to live their lives, then that's where I need to go because it's still as authentic. It's not made up and it's practiced by every generation even today.
I just want to add, like, yeah, Tanisha is doing a great job. There's Ame,
Ame is
there's
there, yeah.
Simbai Pop-Up, and many others. I think there's, what's his, Randeep Hop, the actor's wife. And,
yes.
So it's needed. I'm not advocating that you should only eat Northeastern food in the Northeast. So full credit to everyone who's taking this outside, and because that's how people learn about the cuisine. And I think it takes a lot of innovation also to maintain the essence, sometimes without having all the ingredients. And that's a challenge, and we should be able to do that. So, yeah.
But food is food of any community is a passport into the world. It's the introduction before they even arrive there themselves. So in that sense, I think that everybody here who you just mentioned is doing their bit. And, I have so many more questions because I'm curious by nature and I'm a travel writer, but I'll have to stop here now and open this up to the audience. We have room only for 2 questions, so make them as long as possible. Okay, yes, go ahead. I meant make them as short as possible. I was being ironic.
It's on now, yeah. Thank you very much. Insightful and inspiring. And Northeast cuisine, it has very strong essence of climate resilience, sustainability, as well as also it's very healthy. And I heard that from all of you. And it's the need of the hour in the current global, culinary table, as well as in the policy, dialogues. So from your experience in terms of writing, as well as preserving culture and taking it to the global platform, the problem is food, a lot of Northeast food needs acquired taste. And pig head, for example, or pork itself, many people cannot have it. So how do we bridge this gap? What is required to bridge the gap so that we make the Northeast cuisine more adaptable? Thank you.
Okay, the question itself is very interesting when you say, how do we let people adapt? First of all, my question, should we condition ourselves to even think that food should taste in a certain manner? Isn't it? So different food will taste very differently, and we don't have to be apologetic about what we eat. If we go anywhere else, people will have different food which tastes absolutely different from what we do. That sets us apart. We are not a homogeneous community. The world is not. We all eat different things, and we have to be very proud of it. I'm not apologetic that we have to have pig's head or fish head or the most, considered the most pungently stinky silkworm. Those are, again, a part of who we are. If we go to other cultures, they'll have something else. So I think in terms of palatable, you anyway have to have a palate even to eat a normal rajma. Some people may not have it because of digestion. As simple as that. So I think palatable, should that be the right question? Because we should not condition ourselves to think that a food should taste in some way, which means that it also brings in food fundamentalism, isn't it? It has to be normal, it has to be tasting in a certain manner. But orientation is definitely important to understand and to educate ourselves before we go to any community, or even before we travel. We research and understand, okay, what is the kind of food? So I think awareness and respect for other community. And as you rightly said, Northeast food is one of the most sophisticated in terms of the cooking technique and the whole practice of, how we forage, how we ferment. There is resilience. There is also the resource management. And there is, of course, sustainability, which, of course, the whole world is following now. So I think we are ahead of our time once again.
Anybody else? Yes, of course.
In Delhi, I think Northeast food has pretty much arrived, if not in a very big way. You go to Humayunpur, don't just get Northeast, you get like specific Assamese food, Khasi food, you get, food from various parts. And I think even some, not just pop-ups, but places like Miam, for example, they use sohyong berries. So I think it is something that, it's gaining more acceptance in Delhi. What about other places in India? How has food, how well has it traveled?
So, sorry, if I may just answer both. I think for me and my team, when we traveled to Assam or to Shillong or any of those places, we didn't travel there thinking we're going to the Northeast. We traveled there the same way we would travel if we were going to Kerala or anywhere else in the country, which I may not be that familiar with as far as food habits are concerned. What was amazing to me is if all else failed, I knew that every household would give me a bowl of dal and a cup of rice. And that's what connected me to the people of the Northeast, as we keep saying it, but they're actually as similar to us. I mean, I grew up in Bombay. Bombil is one of the stinkiest fish. Most of my friends all over the country cringe when they land in airport. And at the airport, when I land at the airport, I'm like, oh, the smell of home, and so I never found it odd or awkward. Of course, I am a meat-eating person, so a lot of the meats that I ate, they weren't unfamiliar to me, or they weren't sort of strange to me. But anywhere I go, I mean, in Goa, when I've been offered fish head, most of my friends have cringed. So I think as Indians as well, we have to get this thought of the Northeast or South India. We're all India. Well, if we have a curry, it's an Indian curry, whether you have it in Kerala or you have it in Shillong. It's curry. You have dal all over the place, every state, every home. And women make food travel so quickly. I mean, today my husband's house is a mix of Gujarat and Nepal and the South, because that's where my bloodlines have come from. That's where my taste perceptions have come from. So things change because women bring it in and women push those stories forward. And those are your first sort of tastes when you're a baby, right? So I don't think we should look at it like, oh, you go for Korean food or you go for Japanese food. No, it's Indian food. So before we even step into those spaces, let's think of them as our spaces. These are not new spaces for us. These are our people, our countrymen, our food. Everything they grow is Indian. It's grown in India for India. So I think for me, that's like a really important thing to put forward when we think of the Northeast or South India for that matter.
Actually, that's wonderful. We tend to think of the North Indian food and UP food as Indian food, but it's not. Chicken lazeez isn't just Indian food as much as anything that, they are serving on the tables in Shillong is. So that's a beautiful point that you've just made. And I think that we can take this conversation off stage now, because Shahana here is giving me looks. It's time up. But it's been great speaking to you, the three of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and we would like to present on behalf of the Shillong Lit Fest a small token of appreciation to all of our guests on the dais. For all of our friends here, this is to remind you that you can also send the QR code to your friends at home who can watch this online. I request the team to put the QR code up on the screen. And audience members, you can also do a meet and greet, and there will also be book signings if your authors are here. The book signings and the meet and greet will be happening at Kalamkar upstairs, and books are also being displayed outside for people to flip through and buy. This is the QR code. You can always scan this and you can watch this live. You can share the link to your friends who can watch this at home. Up next, ladies and gents, we explore the diversity of lived experiences across the region. May I request everybody to please be seated. We have a few more sessions. May I request our guests and all of our friends to kindly be seated as I introduce the next panel. Four chairs. Four. One more chair. Quick. Keep it there. Dear friends, Shonali and Hoinu's books are upstairs at Kalamkar. You can go ahead with the book signings and, of course, meeting and greeting the authors. Up next, we invite a powerful voice and award-winning author from Arunachal Pradesh. Her debut fiction, Tales from the Dawn-Lit Mountains, won the Ramnath Goenka Sahitya Samman 2025 and the Author Award Season 7 for the Best Debut Author, and was shortlisted for multiple national honors, including the Publishing Next Industry Award, the Ruskin Bond Award, and the Kalinga Book Award. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome with a round of applause, Subi Taba. Next, we call upon a writer and civil servant from Meghalaya, whose debut book, Name, Place, Animal Thing, has been widely acclaimed for its vivid, nostalgic, and deeply personal portrayal of growing up in the Khasi Hills. Her debut novel was shortlisted for the JCB Prize for Literature in 2021. She was named one of the promising writers of 2021 and beyond by Digital Magazine Feminism in India, and her book was in a list of best summer reads of 2020 by Vogue India and has reviews in The Hindu, The Caravan, First Post, amongst others. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Daribha Lindem. Next, we welcome a photographer and writer from Manipur, the author of Homecoming and Other Stories, Cradling Memories of My Land and the Last Free Naga. Born and raised in a village in Ukhrul, Manipur, he has lived away in cities for most of his life and feels that writing about home is a self-indulging therapy to cope with the space and time lived away from home. Ladies and gentlemen, Jim Kasam. And to moderate the session, we call upon a literary agent and consultant based in New Delhi, representing a glitter list of award-winning authors, Kanishka Gupta. He represents authors like Daisy Rockwell, winner of the International Booker Prize in 2022. He also represents the 2025 International Booker Prize winning author and translator Banu Mushtaq and Deepa Bashti for Heart Lamp, which has been published in 37 international and Indian languages. He discovered Booker shortlisted authors such as Avni Doshi and has also worked closely with Shehan Karunatilaka, the winner of the 2022 Man Booker Prize. He founded Writers' Site in 2010, which has evolved into the largest and most influential literary agency and consultancy in South Asia. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hand over the session to Kanishka Gupta.
Thank you so much. It gives me a great pleasure to moderate this panel featuring three new, very eclectic writers who are breaking away from, the stereotypes that, writing from the Northeast is kind of associated with. I'm talking about themes like, insurgency, violence, remoteness. So I just want to start with Dariba. How do you think, writings, especially fiction from the Northeast, has evolved over the years?
I sat last because I thought you'll get to me last. Foiled. Anyways, how has it evolved over the years? I think I don't know really. I don't know. I haven't thought of this. I can only speak to my own writing. That I think right now, like a lot of people have said, they don't want to talk about, the usual things people talk about, insurgency and violence and such forth. But for myself, I just wanted to tell a story, and I just wasn't well informed enough to talk about the insurgency. So I just decided I might as well write what I know, and so I wrote what I know about. And I think most people want to speak of a lived experience. And to be perfectly frank, I mean, not to my credit, I haven't read a lot of Northeastern writing to speak of because, number one, they're not as, I don't see them being advertised as much. I don't see people read about it. Where do you learn about books? You learn it through your peers, you learn it online, or there's publicity around the book. I don't hear about it. I have to seek them out. So because of that, I have to seek them out. And I just feel like I don't think I'm an authority to speak on this. Yeah.
So I wanted to ask all three of you about the form that you're using, because Dariba, your book has been pitched as a
novel, but it's interconnected. It can also be read as interconnected stories. Same with you. So I just wanted to know how did you come to like this form, and also the whole autobiographical element that tends to seep into first fiction. I mean, the character in your book is named D. And I also wanted to talk to you about, the autobiographical elements in your collection of short stories.
Well, I don't think it's good to think of it as autobiographical. A lot of people have asked me whether it's autofiction, and I said, sure, you can say that if it makes you happy, but it doesn't matter if I'm the character is me. I mean, I remember going to a writing course, and when we were doing a workshop, someone said, the writer is obviously you, and we are told not to do that. We're told not to see the author in the character, because it doesn't really matter. I feel like we should see the character independent of the author, if you can. And I think it has no bearing. But some people who wish to write autobiographical novels, yeah, they've done it with purpose, with intent. I have not. So again, I speak for myself. Why it's interconnected? Actually, I wrote the second story of the book, and then I sent it to a literary magazine, and then they didn't get back to me, and I said, I'll show them. So I wrote the rest of the book. I just wrote a bunch of stories, and I just interconnected them. I somehow made them connect somehow.
Jim,
Thank you so much. I think in my place, my stories are interconnected because I write from this sense of belonging. From all of my stories are, when I imagine they're based in the same village that I grew up in. I didn't get to grow up there for a long time, but then that's where my memories are. And as writers, I have heard people say that you want to marinate your ideas in your head, and memories, when it becomes memories, like you can shape them in the things that you want to shape. So a lot of my inspirations comes from a single place. So I think that's the closest I would say. And also, there's a common theme, running theme, because I believe that identity is one of the most important themes that we can talk about. There's stories of there's a cultural loss, and in a lot of my stories there's a tussle between the past and the present, between modernization and the traditional values that we grew up with. So there's a sense of loss and there's a sense of longing to preserve that. So I believe that that deep attachment to the roots, to the mountains, that's how a lot of my ideas and stories come from. I would say when William Faulkner, who's one of the writers I looked up to, he would invent this town that he wrote his whole life. He invented this town. So for me, my village is that town where a lot of my inspiration come from. So in all my stories, all my poems, I think you'll see this thread of likeness, this closeness, this attachment to the love for the mountains, and a sense of belonging.
Can you talk about this village and the community where your stories are set in, and how has your being away from that place changed, or the way you have approached these stories, because you've been living in Delhi for a long time?
Definitely. I have lived away from my hometown for more than 20 years. So a village, in a village, we have, I believe it's the core of our values, core of our identity right now, because each village I come from Manipur, so each village is they call it, some sociologists call it the Creek state, the state kingdoms, where each village has their own independent administration, their own jurisdiction. So that keeps it very tight. At the same time, I grew up in a village where everybody knew each other, everybody knows what's happening in someone's house. So there's also a strong sense of community. So that's where I always go back to. And when I write, I also understand that, people from the outside world likes to read it. But when it comes to it, I want to make it so very organic. Maybe that's why it's different from, maybe if I want to say, if I can identify one thing that's different from other writers, is that I really like to be very organic, to be true to who I am, to be true to my roots and my people. And when I write write stories, I also write from my backyard. I also try to look at the world from my backyard. Maybe, looking inward makes it easier for other people to also approach us and see us as we truly are.
Subi, tell me about the genesis of your collection of stories, and did you expect this kind of rapturous critical and commercial acclaim? I also felt that in your stories, these spirits, dreams, myths, they coexist so naturally with the everyday world. And so, how important was it for you to kind of ensure that? Um, how 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 important was to ensure that um, so to write these beliefs as a sort of a real experience instead of fantasy.
So this is the book that Kanishka is talking about. Okay, the genesis, that's a very interesting question because when I set out to write this book, the first story I had written independently for anthology by Juban, Inheritance of Words, which was based on Arunachali women writers. So there was this story that came out for that anthology, which was called Spirit of the Forest. And after that, I attended a workshop where I wrote the first story that headlines this book, A Night with the Tiger. And that story won the New Asian Short Story Prize. So both the stories were published, and after that, I actually came across the South Asia Speaks Fellowship advertisement, and I had pitched there, and I have said this in many interviews. And during that process, I was paired with Aruni Kashyap, and this book slowly became the book during that whole process, and I was compelled to think about a common theme, like Jim was saying, like there has to be a thematic vein in all the stories. And I thought, what could be the thematic vein? So in this book, there are mountains, there is magical elements, there are priests, the local shamans, and also the myths and belief system that we tribal people in Arunachal have. And there have not been many books coming out of Arunachal which talked about the small rural places, small towns, farming community, and religious practices which are still ongoing, like the sun, moon worship, Donyi Poloism, which is in the stage of, uh, uh, extinction actually, because there is religious appropriation, cultural appropriation. So while writing this book, I think during the process I had this patriotic and emotional, almost like a monastic moment where I felt like I should write something which really talks about the land that we come from. Like Jim has said, I felt like I should write about the people, the belief system, in a way which is not about tribal stories about tribal people, but tribal stories coming out from a tribal voice. So, and I knew the fact that the region was fairly underrepresented in the mainstream literary scene. So I think I wrote with certain sensitivity and also with the responsibility that I had, if my book gets published, to showcase what rural Arunachal looks like.
So yes, all these themes have been underrepresented, but in all your works, all three of your works, I don't see that anxiety to explain yourself, for a readership which is not familiar with, the world you are writing about. So just tell me, how does that seep into your consciousness when you are writing that, the reader, like a reader in Bombay or Delhi or even other parts of India or rest of the world will have problems understanding?
So in my case, although it may seem like I didn't care, but I think I did. I am a writer who cares about the readers. So, but whatever I wrote, that's something part of the culture. And like previous speakers were saying, like, we are not a homogeneous culture, and what a certain region speaks or talks or lives like or have different faith system, you cannot compromise or change so that the general public, it's easier for the general public to understand. So in my case, although I had to write about the distinct cultural features of my region, but I was also sensitive about what the general readers will perceive. So I wrote it in a very simple way and also tried to use some words like glossary words.
Glossaries, footnotes.
Yeah.
Dariba, if you also have anything to say.
Yeah, so in writing a book, that's very close to home. You're also writing for your own people, right? Because there are not many writers from my place, so I'm also addressing them at the same time. While I also want to, like a tourist guide, I also want to invite other people from from all parts of India to come and visit this town that I live in, and also at the same time, I'm trying to be very honest in the way I write. I write about ordinary peoples and with their extraordinary lives. So I think it's a very misrepresented, underrepresented community. Section of people. These are not heroes. These are just ordinary peoples with their ordinary lives. So I think that's, if you really want to see my hometown, my people, these are the people you should meet. That's how I looked at it. If you're looking at the real people that lives in this town, part of this town that is quite isolated from the other world.
Also, the characters in your story, I mean, they go through a lot of difficulties, but yet you haven't adopted an angry tone in your book, and all the pain, suffering, the violence, and even the telling of it is understated. Another thing I noticed in your collection, and also both your works, is that there are no neat endings, whether it's the individual stories or Dariba, whether it's your novel. So just wanted to know why you chose to use this subtle approach to, write about these very uh, uh, powerful themes.
Yeah, so my characters, as you say, they go through a lot because I want to put them through these situations where they can overcome or they could become victims of it. So it also tastes it's a test of the values and the individuality. So these are situations that that I created, but when you look at the story, there's a strong depiction of landscape. So on the one side you have a very idyllic village, that's beautiful to look at, very scenic, but at the same time the lives are quite hard. There's a lot of difficulties. You have to traverse through very, very difficult mountain terrains. So there's a duality of lives. Like on the one side, you have a very picturesque landscape. At the same time, you have a very hard life. So these are, this contrasting images is what I also want to portray. And when it comes to, to the ending, some of the most memorable, stories that we heard over time are the stories that leaves you hanging. Like, you want to dig deeper, you want to know more about the story. So in a way, that's where I also leave it. I don't want to, tell everything. I leave it to the audience to, also decipher for themselves. Thank you.
I think of the reader insofar as will they turn the page. I don't really worry about if I'm going to add Khasi, I'm not going to worry about whether they understand it or not. An intelligent reader, I assume my reader is an intelligent person, and if they don't understand, they will Google it. But if not, they will understand through context. Everything can be understood through context because I'm not going to decide that I'm not going to write in Khasi or I'm not going to explain something to a person and condescend to my reader. And if Cormac McCarthy can write entire sections in Spanish and people still read his novel, so I don't think I should worry about whether one line of Khasi will not be understood by a reader. I only worry about whether they will turn the page. In the same way, I don't italicize my anything that's in Khasi. I don't feel I will other my language. So I don't really worry about this, whether they'll understand or not. They will Google it. Just like when I read something, if I'm going to read Raghu Darbari and Godan, I'm not going to be like, I'm going to stop reading it because I don't know what this means. I'm going to Google it. We have that now. So I just don't think too much about whether, my reader won't understand. I just want to know that they're entertained and they'll turn the page and they feel something.
Subi, do you want to add anything to that?
Uh, um, we were talking about like hard characters.
Yeah.
Yeah. So in my book, like I wrote most of the stories I wrote were from the characters or some historical truths that I myself found very interesting. Like there's one story, the last story, A Man from China, which is about an Arunachali man getting lost in the Indo-Tibetan borders and living in China. So I have heard so many stories like that in Arunachal Pradesh, and there are many districts in the northern Arunachal Pradesh where they share this obscure boundary with China. And men, when they go for hiking or hunting or just roaming out with friends, they get lost and end up in the Chinese borders. So there was one particular story about a man who ventured into the Tibetan border. He lived there, got married there, built a life there, but he had to flee back to Arunachal Pradesh because of the political tension and his identity. So I found that man's story very interesting, and that man was a friend of my mother. So I had fictionalized his story into this story called A Man from China. And also talking about like characters, like the practice of head hunting. It was practiced in the eastern part of Arunachal, and I was not aware of it. I mean, I came across it only through a research book, like in some districts. So I found it really interesting, and I researched why headhunting was practiced in those regions. And there were different reasons for that. And one particular reason was because two men were in love with one woman. So I found it very interesting. And that the brother of the one who was beheaded, he took revenge many, many years later when he grew up into a man and he was bitten by a bee on his neck. So that was very interesting. When he got bitten by the bee, he realized the pain his older brother must have gone through. So stories like this, and those are like real stories from research books. So I thought that stories like that should be retold in a way that reflects their cultural identity and also the hard life. Like Jim has said, like he is from Ukrul. I have visited Ukrul, and we share almost like very similar, like high mountains, high terrains, and life is hard. And the philosophy of people also living in those hills, we have like really hard lives. So, and our stories deserve to be told to a wider audience.
No, I have a question for all three of you. It's about this recurring, motif of landscape in the stories, and this has been going on for a very long time. Rivers, lakes, forests. Why do you think it forms such a emotional core of writings from this region?
Yeah, so I am also a photographer. So I've traveled to all parts of Northeast India, and also to many parts of India. So I started as a travel photographer and a travel photo writer. So I think that experience also has become part of my writing style, where uh, to break the monotony of writing, I explain this. I try to paint a picture of a very interesting place, and I think it's always interesting, and for me that exercise is also quite fun. But at the same time, it also characters like individuals characters. I believe that even the landscape in itself, they are like it's a part of the character. So it's also that I also believe in those writers who say that landscape to shape individuals and vice versa. So to make that, to make the correlation, to make it a landscape become an important part of the narration, I oftentimes I've intentionally done it so that they also get people who are reading Nordics for the first time also understand the landscape and also the correlation between the landscape and the people.
Yeah, agreeing to what Jim has said. The first thing that comes to our mind when you read or write a story is where the story is set in. So the landscape not only dictates a person's fate, but it also designs how they live their lives, how they grow their food, what kind of vegetables are found in that particular region. So the landscape is not just something you use as a backdrop, especially in my story. Each of the story are set in like some particular district of Arunachal Pradesh, and each district has different flora and fauna. And also the kind of rice field this region have might lead to a tribal war between two villages. So the landscape is like a character in my book, and it definitely decides what fate the characters and the story will have.
I think most of the books, many of the books I read do have landscape. Right now, I was just reading Drive Your Plow. I don't know if you read it, and it speaks to rural Poland and the where she's situated, the main character, and it does bear down upon the characters, the landscape. And I feel like even Charles Dickens, when he wrote about the marshes, it bears down upon the characters. I think I didn't do it consciously, I did it subconsciously, because if I want to situate my character, I would put them in the hills where I'm from, and that's something that I'm familiar with. And if I want to draw my audience in, I would situate them where what I would want to describe a thing that so that they can see what I see or what I saw, what the character's seeing. So I think that it is common. I don't know if only Northeastern writers are doing it. I think most writers are doing it. If you're going to write a book set in Bundelkhand, they're going to describe how dusty it is, whether we like it or not. The landscape will seep into your writing, whether you like it or not.
Let's talk about your publishing experiences. Do you think um, Indian publishers are doing enough for writings from the Northeast, and how easy or hard was it for you, to get your first book deal? And I also want to know, and I'm sure the audience would like to know, what is the infrastructure for English language publishing in your states?
Yes, so in my case, I have learned a very hard way. I first published my collection of short stories in 2018. So with the publisher that's out of now publishing, and the second book was published in 2023 with Red Rivers Press, and the third book, the final book, was with Speaking Tiger. So I think it's very important to have connections, but that comes later, once you're published. Initially, when you're not published, it's very difficult to find publishers, literary agents to talk to. So I think for me, a lot of these things has happened over emails. I'll just write to the editor, and then they just get back. They wouldn't get back sometimes. So I think being patient and just letting it take its own process, for me, it's a thing. And I think in my state, I don't see any single publishers that publishes in English commercially. So I think it's still a very big challenge even now, even though there's a lot more exposure to people who want to publish with the bigger publishers.
Subi, you got a publishing deal because you won a contest. I think readers would love to know about that.
So
Collaboration.
regarding publishing, I had like very little idea because I come from different professional background, agriculture. I did my master's in horticulture, and I did my master's in Nagaland University, and I was actually growing organic cabbage in Nagaland. So I was more someone who was leaning more into, you know, research related articles related to cabbage. So during the COVID, I think before COVID, I was writing little bit of this poetry, long prose sometimes. But during the COVID, I joined Himalayan Writing Retreat. They had like offline writing courses for which it was quite troublesome to take leave and go there. So during the COVID, what good thing happened was they started offering online classes. So I attended one, and during that course, I was actually introduced to many literary competitions, short story prizes. That was also the first time I heard about Commonwealth Short Story Prize, because our mentor was a Commonwealth Short Story Prize winner, Kritika Pandey. So that, and I was also introduced to some writing buddies with whom I talked, and we have this online writing sessions, Google Meet sometimes. So I had like finished my manuscript under the South Asia Speaks Fellowship. And after that, I was in that stage of pitching maybe to Kanishka or a suitable agency. I was just about to like send my proposal. I was, you know, in fact, keeping you.
I never got your proposal.
Yeah, yeah. Because during that time, like when I was preparing for my submission, my friend Arijit, he told me that Penguin Random House is offering a pitching contest, which was held in Jaipur Literature Festival. And I had just finished my manuscript and I sent my proposal to that festival. And my book, my manuscript was shortlisted along with 5 other writers, and we were flown to Jaipur Literature Festival, and we stayed in nice hotels and then ate nice food. And there was this pitching contest where, you know, I was so nervous. It was like after, like, I work as an agriculture development officer. During my job interview, I was so nervous that I vomited. So I think after that experience, like working, that was the first time I got so nervous because, you know, you had to pitch in front of so many people. And I had prepared so well. I had like employed some illustrators from Arunachal to create, you know, pictures for my presentation. And I won in that pitching contest, which actually led me to have this publishing deal with Penguin Random House. So my publishing journey was quite different, and I know, like, it's very difficult. I have so many friends who are good writers. They are also like struggling. So to get a publication is not that easy.
Publishing experience. I feel you are trying to get me cancelled. Huh?
No. Getting a publishing deal, we'll stop after that.
Ha. Say. Getting a publishing deal. I just sent on the website. I didn't have any contacts. I don't know. I work in government job. I don't know anybody. So I just put it up on their website. Goli Mara, just put it up, and that's it. There's no. I didn't have any secret backdoor entry or anything. I wish I did. It would have been easier, but yeah.
So all of you come from sectors which is quite far removed from, you know, writing and publishing. When and how do you find the time and inspiration to write? And my final question before we open up to the audience is, what are your next projects?
Okay, so I studied zoology during my graduation, and then because I wanted to write, I moved to mass communication. and then I started working in as a travel photographer, writer, and then I moved to development sector. So right now I'm a communication specialist in development sector. So yeah, I have learned the hard way. And when you're younger, you think that once you're published, you'll be rich, and you won't have to work a lot. But that's far removed, and then so it's a thing you learn over time. But I think that inspiration, it's just not an inspiration that it's more of this culture, this creative, desire to create something, to write something new. I think that's a main push for me. Um, I mean, I have moved careers just to continue with writing. So I think it's one thing, one thing that I realized is that I was a very quiet child when I was younger, and that sense of creativity was there, but I was not expressive. So that writing gives me that, that channel to express. So this is, I think it's quite powerful. It's something that I would love to continue. And my next project, from time to time, I mean, right now I work 5 to 9 jobs, so it's quite hard to find jobs. I often say I'm a part-time writer, and then whenever I find time, I try to do that. I have recently worked on a script, so we have adapted one screenplay, which I cannot share right now, but I think hopefully, it comes to life on screen. And my next project would be I've started researching for a novel, so that to continue with that. Yeah.
Subi?
Question of how do I find time? So when I got my job, I was posted in a place called Sejosa, which is in the borderlands of Assam and Arunachal. And when I first went there were no roads, no electricity. We sit in the office and nobody comes. So to kill time, I started watching Netflix, and also I got lots of time to write. And after that, COVID came. So COVID was a difficult time, but it was a really good time for me. I wrote my short story collection, this book, during the COVID. So this is the COVID baby. And talking about future projects, I am thinking of writing something which I'll perhaps share with you later.
Look forward to it. Dariba?
I don't think you find time, you have to make time. My work is quite hectic, and when I was working the airport, that's when I wrote the book. And so I would do night duty. It was a 12-hour shift, and I would have, the runway would be closed between 3 and 3:45 a.m. That's the time I would try to find time to write. You don't find it, you just have to make the time. And with regard to second novel, yeah, it's going on. I don't want to jinx it because
We can take some questions from the audience, like 3 or 4 questions.
Question for Jim. Since you have a background or you worked in photography, do you think you may want to do a photo book or something like that, or combine pictures and words?
Yeah,
because
that's very
that's
interesting.
another way of communicating your community, landscape, and everything else.
Definitely. So that's a very interesting question, and also I have worked on it. It didn't come to fruition, so I wanted to do a coffee table book with photographs of my travels from Northeast, from the 8 Northeast states. It didn't come to fruition because it's quite expensive, and if you bear the cost, it's a lot of work. So that didn't happen. So as an alternative, I had done a poetry book. It's a smaller version, but it's printed in black and white. So that's the thing. And then friends have asked me to do that in color with more poetry into it. So I think that's something to look forward to, yes.
So I have a question for all three of you. And Subi, Dariba, and Jim, congratulations for telling the stories of your land. The narrative from yesterday, the movies, session, today the food session before yours, and now yours, is how do we take it to mainstream? And breaking into mainstream entails a different, work altogether. Do you want to do that? Is one question. My question to all three of you is, will it help if Northeast has its own, sort of prize or, so that we get to know about your books? Dariba, I know about your book because yours was a JCB shortlist, but sorry, Subi and Jim, I didn't know about your book, although I'm an avid reader.
Subi has won 2 very big prizes in India.
So,
Times of India Author Award and also Ramnath Goenka Award.
Right. So, but then it doesn't come into us, again, because I live in mainland India. So all that I'm saying is maybe it will help, or will it help if you have a prize in the Northeast of the Northeast books, of the Northeast movies, so that people here who are interested get to know. And then maybe we who are living in the mainland India can spread the word, because clearly media is not doing enough.
I just want to say that the 2 talks before mine, the 2 talks before, and the 3 I think there was a businessman selling alcohol, there was a footballer person, and one more, food person. And all of them said, thank you, Meghalaya government. You really supported us. I want to be also say, thank you, Meghalaya government. Please create a literary award or literary retreat or jo bhi hai, taki I can come here and say, thank you, Meghalaya government, for creating this award, just like the people who came in the last 2 sessions.
Yes, I think definitely having a literary prize of the whole Northeast will help. And I think it's a very interesting question, plus also a suggestion, an idea which, people in the literary circle can come up with. And also definitely having movies based on Northeastern stories in the mainstream Bollywood or, films, feature films will definitely help.
So the adaptation that I was talking about, it was, it will be a Bollywood adaptation if done, an animation. So hopefully, I think we can bring something in like that to a larger audience.
Sure. I just hope it's not the Bollywood formula. Then they don't, morph it into the Bollywood formula. You remain, unique in your own way. Thank you.
Hello. So good evening, everyone. My question has a little context. So my best friend, she's a Naga woman from Manipur, and she speaks the language Pumai. And I got to know later that that language doesn't have a script, but it's an oral language. I also happen to travel in Arunachal and also in Meghalaya. So even for Arunachal, I believe that tribes, they don't understand each other's languages, and you actually speak Hindi to communicate with each other. So I wanted to know, as writers, where there's so much oral tradition in your community, how do you preserve stories? Because as Subi was saying that there's a story, like her mother knew someone, and that story became part in her book. So how do you preserve stories like that? What is your, basically, how do you do that research? Because as I know, everything is Googleable, but how do you Google it? And as someone who's from Delhi, I didn't grow up reading Northeastern stories. But because now that I have friends and I have so much context to it, I ended up picking up the books and I enjoyed myself, and folk tales were really fun. So I want your recommendations on other authors and other books that I can also pick up that can actually guide me through the states.
All of you can answer this, yeah.
I would recommend Jim's poetry book, Cradling My Memories, Memories of My Land, published by Red River. It's a very strong poetry collection. I really loved it. And recently I conducted one workshop also, and we had workshopped on his poem called The Red Shawl. The Red Shawl. So definitely read his book. And also talking about lesser known books, I also recently read one book from maybe a Thankul writer, Grandmother's Tales. It's a locally published book by Heritage Publishing based in Dimapur. That book was really nice read. I mean, from the lesser known books. And also Mamang Dai's The Black Hill. It's an amazing book. These are some of the books that are coming to my mind.
We can just take one more question and then we'll have to end the panel. Is there anyone who wants to ask a question? Okay, fine. Thank you so much, all three of you. I think writings from the Northeast don't need to be mainstream because as publishing professionals, I'm an agent who's working across genres. I don't put a cap on the number of writers from the Northeast. I will sign up every year. I can, like, if the book is good, I'll take on that book. You know, we don't make that distinction. In fact, in some good news, Penguin has just started an imprint called 8, which is devoted exclusively to, works from the Northeast across genres. So there is a lot that is happening, and I believe this is just the start. So thank you so much. Thanks.
Thank you to our panelists on the dais. Please accept a small token of appreciation from the organizers on behalf of the Shillong Literary Festival. Dear friends, Subi Taba's and Jim Kasim's book will be outside for signing. You can meet and greet the authors at the same time. A round of applause for our panelists on the dais. Dear friends, we have a few more sessions. The next is on ecology and identity. In Meghalaya, our stories are not just told, they are grown from the soil and whispered by the forests. To explore the sacred link between nature and culture, please welcome our guests. Firstly, I'll call on the dais, Padma Shri Kong Patricia Mukim. Let's have a round of applause for her, please. Kong Patricia Mukim is a Padma Shri awardee and a veteran editor of Meghalaya's oldest and largest circulating English daily, the Shillong Times. She is a legendary figure in Indian journalism, known for her fearless voice and her deep commitment to the social and environmental fabric of the Northeast. She has received several journalistic awards, amongst which is the Chameli Devi Jain Award for Outstanding Women Media Person. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, let's have a round of applause for Padma Shri Competition Mukim. Joining her on the dais is a distinguished conversation biologist and the author of Wild and Willful, Neha Sinha. Let's have a round of applause for Neha, please. Her work bridges the gap between science and storytelling, reminding us that our identity is inseparable from the wild spaces we inhabit. Her latest book is Wild Capital, Discovering Nature in Delhi, released this year, which traces wildlife and personal ecological histories in Delhi's National Capital Region. Joining our friends on stage is a practitioner and storyteller of Meghalaya's indigenous wisdom, who brings to us the vital lessons of how Meghalaya's culture remains rooted in laws of nature as a filmmaker and cultural and community involvement advocate from Shillong, Meghalaya. Please welcome Sankirang Khongwer. His award-winning short film, Kapateng, grounded on local realities, received accolades for Best Director, Best Actor, and Best Cinematographer. His film on living root bridges and the Khasi cultural landscape was featured at the 21st General Assembly and the Scientific Symposium of ICOMOS in Sydney, Australia. Currently, he serves as the CEO and conservationist with Serwet Ubarim, a state-level cooperative federation working to research, conserve, and sustainably develop the Jinking Jiri Lu Sharai cultural landscape, which is currently on the UNESCO's World Heritage Tentative List. They will be in conversation with our moderator for this session, the best-selling author of V.P. Menon's The Unsung Architect of Modern India and Allegiance, Azadi and the End of Empire, Narayani Basu. She is a historian and foreign policy analyst. Her current area of interest focuses on the lesser known but key players in the story of Indian independence. A Man for All Seasons, the biography of K.M. Panikkar, is her third book and has already garnered critical and popular acclaim. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hand over the session to Narayani Basu.
Good evening, everyone. It's such a pleasure to see a full house this evening for what I think is such an important conversation to have, given the fact that we have three panelists on the stage who've done such important work in this sphere. I'm just going to dive right in. I'm going to start with Neha and with Patricia before moving to Sankira, and all of three of you can answer this at one go. Which is to say that I think that paying attention to nature, there's been a great increase in how we pay attention to nature, how much we talk about nature, and what are the mediums we use to talk about nature. And I think Neha had this lovely phrase in Condé Nast, I think it was, where you used the word happy explosion. It was to do with nature walks, but I think it was such a lovely phrase because it's such an important time to pay attention to nature. And I wanted to start with Patricia before we move to Neha to talk about how you feel each of your mediums sort of shape modern understanding to nature and how we need to protect it, how we need to look at it. Because I think when we are talking about nature, and especially in a field, especially in a time when social media is sort of reduced attention spans, nature sort of forces you to slow down and actually pay attention to what is going on around us. And I'd just like all of you to talk about how your mediums address that.
Firstly, I am not a writer per se, nor a Booker Prize winner of any kind, but I believe in doing things. And I live in a home where I've used every part of the space to grow trees, whether they be fruit trees or shrubs or whatever. And because I feel that if we call ourselves indigenous people or tribals, and if we romanticize our culture so much, then we should also be able to say that nature is part of our culture. And if people come there and don't see that nature, and all they see are these crass pictures of mountains being felled, trees gone, rivers polluted, then where the hell is our nature? And this is what made us, or rather made me, start a group called Operation Cleanup in 2019. And we are cleaning a particular river twice a month without much success. And people ask me, why do you continue to do something that doesn't seem to pay any dividends? But then one feels that one has to continue to do that. And we are, as a group, we are growing every time. And sadly, I have to say that there are very few tribals in that group. The large majority of people who clean up the river are actually non-tribal friends. So I think we need to get real with ourselves. We call ourselves tribes, and therefore we should be knowing the name of each of the greenery we see around us. I'm one person, I proudly tell this to my friends, I hardly take medicines. because for everything that that I go through, there is always something in the garden that will heal. We have that plantago in Khasi. We call it shkor blanc, meaning the ears of a goat, and that is like a heal all leaf. If you have a cut and you're bleeding, you just bring that, you pluck that from the garden, bring it in, mash it up and put it on that cut, and the bleeding stops. If you have some respiratory problems, a cough or something, you just bring that, you crush that, put little water, drink it, and your cough is gone. So for me, that is like a heal all plant, and we know that because our parents communicated that to us. So are we, in turn, communicating that to the younger generation? Do they even know the names of all the leaves? We have several leaves that are known to be iron providers, and yet we are a society today where about 52% of our women are anemic, which means now we don't know where to go to get nutrition. So I think we really need to get back to our roots, reclaim our past, and then talk about identity and all that.
Lovely question. Thank you. So I think there are very few things we control in our lives, especially as women, because, many of our memories are tainted with violence, whether it's assault, whether it's getting bullied, whether it's the overstimulation of life. And I think what nature can do for us is what many authors call restorative attention. It's when you're able to pay attention to something deeply and it restores you. So the wait for things in nature is very different from the wait for other things. So, for example, Patricia speaks about her garden. So in your garden, when you grow a seed or a plant, you have to wait for it to mature before you can harvest the fruit. If you take it too fast, it's going to be unripe, it's going to be poisonous perhaps. And therefore you are living your life at a different time scale. Trees outlive us. Many plants have seasons in which they're dormant for many parts of the year. And therefore, it is taking us out of our immediate context. The anxiety you feel when you're stuck in traffic, the anxiety you feel with world events of conflict, violence, war, the anxiety you feel with climate changing and being also a source of violence, because even the good weather we have right now in Delhi is because of the El Nino and perhaps because of climate change. So much is out of our control. I think one of the few things that we still can control is where we decide to put our attention. And I think attention is like a currency. What we give our attention to is something that can make us rich, or it's something that can impoverish us completely. And being able to give attention to nature is usually something that restores us. And when I speak about happy explosion of bird watchers and herpetologists and botanists, I see it all over India. In fact, everything is bad right now, but the one thing that is not bad is the fact that thousands and thousands of people all over India have made these communities, and they're fighting to save the Aravalis or Bombay's coast or the mangroves or the hills. And that is the hope, really. And all of them come from having done that, paying attention to nature when everything else is out of our control.
Um, Before I begin, I would just like to firstly acknowledge all the audience here. And secondly, with humility. And the second is I would also like to acknowledge, because it's a deep honor for me to be working with the community for a really long time. Because without being in the field or spending time with the community, one might know very little. Because as previously someone questioned about orality in our region, it's largely undocumented. So now, when we talk of nature, I would, because after spending time with the community, it's mainly now through their perspective. How they see it is, it's not something like in nature, like the physical domain is there, the things which we can see, but then there's also the intangible, which is inseparable. Um, Nature doesn't divide. And from the perspective of the community, it's like that. They believe in each of these, what we call non-living things or artifacts, which we treat them as, such as Mao, the stones. There's spirits in them. They talk. There's an interesting story about one Mao. Mao is stone, called Mao Sakhi. Sakhi means to witness. This witnessing stone, if someone like stumbles over the stone, the person who stumbles on that would like take a few blades of grass and wrap it around just to like say like I'm sorry. And now what will truly change is if we start looking from the perspective of the indigenous community. Um, Reminds me of an African proverb which said, until the lion learns to write, the story will always glorify the writer. Yeah.
I just want to pick up on that and sort of follow up with you before I go back to Neha and Patricia. I think what's coming across so strongly from all three of you is the importance of collaboration when we're talking about communities, especially when we're talking about the need to sort of remember what our traditions used to be, what the linkage with nature and humanity used to be and should be. So I'd like you to talk a bit more about the importance of collaboration between communities and nature, because you've worked extensively across that, you've been a witness to it, you've observed it, and there's so much that we need to sort of pay attention to and take record of, whether it's and this is a very obvious example, and it's largely because I'm born and brought up in Delhi, but I mean the sort of poster boy for Meghalaya is the root bridges, the living root bridges, and yet they are such a fabulous example also of collaboration between humanity and nature. So can you talk to us a little about that?
Particularly on the living root bridges, initially it wasn't made to attract tourists. It was made out of necessity. Yeah. It was supposed to connect villages, go to their cremation site, do their rituals and their fields. But now it's becoming an attraction. And it's not just the living root bridge, so to say. These are living root structures because they act as preventive measures for landslides, for earthquakes, for soil erosions, and so on. When, interestingly, a person who plants this small little sapling would never really get to walk on that bridge. It's the entire community who actually nurtures that bridge over time. And it's for the benefit of all. When it comes to community and nature, again, going back to dividing the tangible and the intangible, that's possibly a scientific reductive approach, which is actually the truth. Like we cannot divide that. With that being said, however, these living root bridges, the tangible, the intangible part of it is the oral history that guided our ancestors basically on how to plant, on how to nurture. And they've been doing it very quietly for over centuries. And it's an honor more than anything. And I wish we could spend more time with the community. And I do invite everyone from here to come to Meghalaya, spend some time, go to the community, because you'll get a lot of insights from them. You'll learn a lot from them. And there's so much that you'll start to understand about life. And you talk about taking things slow. Ours is a walking landscape. When we walk, we slowly observe things. We see things that we normally don't. We start paying attention to the little nuances in life, and we start conversing, like how this conversation is happening right now. Like it's building some kind of a relationship. Yeah. So now I can then contact to like Gongpat, and yeah. This has been happening quietly over the many centuries, with plants, with the stones, with the rivers. Yeah, I think that's about it for me saying about what community sees with nature, because how the community sees it is not that they're part of nature, they're nature itself. So yeah.
I'd like Patricia to come in there because I think, when you opened the conversation, it was something very interesting that you said about the healing plant, and that's something that, you tend to forget if it's not passed on. So I'd like you to sort of add to that.
I also want to come back to Sankiran's reference to Mao, the stones. It's, now it's how we look at those stones. Many of them have been sort of taken out of their roots, literally pulled up, especially the, those long stones. Maubana. Yeah, the Maubana, we call that. We have those monoliths, no, the long ones. And then we also have the megaliths, which are horizontal. People have started uprooting them as well. And boulders, we can call them stones, and we can think of stories that they tell us, but now we also see them as commodities. And we are selling these stones and these boulders down to Bangladesh in hundreds of trucks daily. So we are actually selling our environment to a different country. And you spoke about community. Now I'm asking myself, and I don't want to bring in the government here at all, because it's not the government's fault. It is our fault. The land belongs to the people, as they say in Meghalaya and in all the other tribal states of the Northeast. So the government is only a side player there. Can't blame the government. We should blame ourselves. We should blame our own greed. And then at what point of time do we say enough is enough? That it's no longer sustainable. We now have a road that is going to go from Shillong to Dauki, the port at the land port at the borders of Bangladesh. And we have seen how the earth cutting has literally kind of harmed that mountain. And sometimes when I look at those mountains and see the rate at which they are coming down, the rate at which they are polluting rivers, I ask myself, do we really need this road? Wasn't it enough that we had we already have one road? Did we need to expand that road? And for what? Just so we can sell more of our environment to a different country. So there are a lot of things that we need to grapple with, but we don't, because we hardly meet to discuss issues. We know the problems. We are never able to come up with solutions. And I think that is our existential crisis at the moment.
Neha, because the most important thing here seems to be to just remind ourselves of what is at stake, right? And I think, Neha, when you write in particular, I wanted to talk also about how do you give language to the art of remembering something that is so vital and is at the heart of our very existence, right? Because I've read your columns, and there's this wonderful quality of reminding the reader to just do something as simple as looking out of the window at the same flower, right? But when you're writing about these things, how do you give language to something that, like, say, the smell of the earth after the rain, right?
Thank you for the question. So, I mean, as she said, there are different names for different stones or different rituals. And in any culture, the vocabulary is so important in the way that we parse through understanding of the world and how different things at different stages of life have different words. And you know, it's interesting because when we talk about Meghalaya or when we talk about the Northeast, I'm a conservationist, and that is actually a biodiversity hotspot. And you have incredible creatures there not found anywhere else on earth. So, you know, we have a very different gaze when we go there to do surveys, etc., because it's like everything we find is only of this place. So there's nothing, in a sense, more patriotic than trying to preserve something that's only local, endemic to that area. And so therefore the history of trying to understand the words that we would use in the scientific jargon as opposed to the words that we use in the more oral traditions or the more local ethnographic traditions, we are still trying to reconcile both worlds, right? Of the scientific discovery and also preserving the ethnographic practices. And of course, you know, as everyone has said before me, community is not homogeneous. Aspirations are not homogeneous. A lot of people think of Meghalaya or think of states of the Northeast and they think of rat hole mining, where, you know, the environment is seen as a resource to be exploited as opposed to a resource which is part of one's life to nourish one's life. And as he said, you know, so many times in so many narrative accounts, you know, I've worked for many years in Nagaland as well, we find that nature is a part of life. In cities, nature is something distinct and different from life. But in cultures of the Northeast and in many other parts of India where there is dense forest, nature is a part of life. You are not distinct from it. And therefore, the vocabulary used to talk about healing, whether talking about any form of ritual or reverence includes something to do with nature. I've also found that sometimes rituals don't have to be religious. Sometimes they are activities that have personal meaning, very rich with this kind of vocabulary. And when we are talking about memory, there's something known as the shifting baseline syndrome, in which you forget what used to be there if you don't see it anymore. So whether it's fireflies in Delhi, so my mother grew up seeing fireflies in Delhi and I don't see them anymore, so then you feel it's normal to not see fireflies in Delhi, whether it is remembering, as she said, which plant heals what. Nature as a source of danger, but also nature as a source of healing. So if we begin to forget these words, if we begin to privilege a vocabulary that's more cosmopolitan as opposed to completely local, then we are basically forgetting. Achal Malhotra writes beautifully about the nature of memory itself being fragmented, how memory itself can be unreliable. It's kind of an unreliable narrative, which is why it's important to ratify memory as well. So community memory, oral traditions, people's biodiversity registers become so important, and particularly for a part of the world that's a biodiversity hotspot, where you will literally lose things and they're going to be gone forever. You know, like whether it's a frog or you know, there's a Indian woman who's just received a very big environmental prize called the Whitley Award for the Himalayan salamander, which is a very unique creature found in Darjeeling and some of the Himalayan regions. Now, if we do not act to save the Himalayan salamander, it is going to go extinct. So just to say the stakes are so much higher in the Northeast and in biodiversity hotspots, because you literally are looking at extinction if we don't act. So community memory and putting it down on paper is urgent and something we should have done yesterday.
Can I just say something about community? We use the word community, I think, very loosely. Are we still a community? Do we still feel the same sentiments about nature? If we did, we would not have those 21,000 you know, sort of recovered rat hole mines. We have 21,000 of them that have been lying unclaimed, and they've not been filled up, they've not been re-afforested, which is what we should have done if we had a conscience of some kind. So you leave those rat hole mines as they are, people can fall there and die, and then there is a community there. Why isn't that community feeling the need to reclaim those mines, to regreen them, to bring back the creatures that are lost? Because this word community, again, it's a rural community and the urban community. I think the urbanite doesn't feel what the rural community feels. It's important for us from the urban areas to keep going back to our roots, to learn from them, to sit and listen to them. I do that a lot because when I go to your living root bridges, I sit down with the communities. I went to Nong Blai, which is like 3 hours down.
Can I just say something? Not to my living root bridges, ma'am. It's like it belongs to everyone. Yeah.
Okay. No, because you have a passion for them. So, so these living root bridges are a good example of what can be done if a community really cares. But even here, if you look at the Maulanong root bridge, it's actually, it's dying because there are too many footfalls. So isn't that a matter of concern as well?
Yeah, interestingly, I'm really happy that Kong Pat brought about Maulandong. If I'm not mistaken, because there are so many number of bridges that, I mean, it has the highest number of living root bridges in the world, and perhaps it has the highest number. Meghalaya has also the highest number of sacred forests, where there are spirits everywhere. And interestingly, in this Maulanong area, if I'm not mistaken, the river is Swathlong. I might be wrong, but the river is Swathlong. Just underneath that bridge, which everyone goes and take pictures of, there lives a nature's guardian, in which in Khasi we call it Ringko Basa, the one who protects. We don't concentrate on that. We just go to the living root bridge, and that's that. But that the soul basically of that region is in that Ringko Basa, which is there. You'll see a stone there. So that's where this Ringko Basa resides. I feel the narrative needs to be written in such a way as how the community sees value in it. And value, how do we see value is firstly by acknowledging again of what is there around that landscape. Because once we've learned to acknowledge, then we understand. And once we understand, we learn to value.
Just to add to that, tourism, when we are visiting Meghalaya or any other state, which might have a delicate sort of ecological state, even the Himalayas, for example, tourism has to be about immersion. I think we really need to talk about, just as because we are consumers as well in our own country, right? And so tourism cannot just be about going there, taking the photograph. It has to be, so if you're doing nature-based tourism, it has to have an aspect of understanding how it gels with the culture over there and how many people can go. The carrying capacity is so important. So the Meghalaya, every time I visited, there's so many sacred forests, but you're not allowed inside. So you're not allowed inside unless the community takes you or, is happy for you to visit. And it's like going to a church that's shut at a particular time, for example. And, we give a lot of reverence to man-made things, but to give reverence to something that's natural, as part of natural heritage, whether it's a sacred forest or whether it's the living root bridge, that too is something that needs to be ingrained in our DNA as we visit and as we have a relationship with the place, yeah.
Yeah, I think that sort of translates into a broader question that I was going to ask, but I was going to ask about how do you think it can translate into action on the ground, right? Because it's one thing to sit here and have this discussion, which is incredibly important in its own space and in its own right. But when we're talking about preserving the ecology, when we're talking about paying attention to what is being lost, how do you see that going forward in terms of just whether it's a loose definition of community, whether it's, just how?
I think we have been divided by religion. So I think people like Hamad Singh, who are really the custodians of the indigenous faith and have been sort of giving it another boost of life, I think maybe it's time for them to take ownership of the ecosystem of Meghalaya and get all of us to buy into that project, because if we don't do that, we are going to lose ourselves very soon. I don't know where we are headed for, because the rate of deforestation, the rate of mining, the rate of quarrying is just so super fast that very soon we will be staring at empty grounds everywhere. We will see constructions, we will see, and we call that infrastructure creation. I mean, how much of infrastructure do we really need, and how far do we go? So I think what has divided us is this thing that the Christians are doing this, the indigenous faith people are doing this. Why can't we come together in a single platform and make the environment our one point agenda, saving the environment? We have to reclaim those mines. We have to reclaim the quarries that are, just gaping holes now everywhere we turn to. And I think make a commitment to plant trees. We do plant trees, but we don't go back to see if they've survived. This is a once in a year thing on World Environment Day. We go and plant trees of all kinds, and then we don't go back to revisit them. I think we need to form a very strong community of conservationists, and I would like you to come and tell us a few things that we don't know as scientists, like you do, so that we can have this way forward. We cannot just be sitting and regurgitating on the same theme here. We need to go back and do something. And thank you for bringing ecology as a topic of discussion here. I think it has given us new food for thought.
I mean, as a writer, apart from being a conservationist, I have to say reclaiming our vocabulary is so important. If I were to ask 5 names of Indian animals, not a single animal from Northeast would make the cut, because people don't know. That's also a failure of us as storytellers, that we just talk about tigers and elephants, but not really so many other animals and plants which are part of life and culture. I think, also it's interesting because in Meghalaya, as she says again and again, it's not an outsider thing. The local community is also deciding to save forests, but also to mine. So it's complex, right? So it is people who live there who have to decide what are their thresholds for development, because development has a different definition in different parts, right? There's a context. But I just want to say again, as somebody who's not from the state and who visits Meghalaya or visits natural sites in India, it's interesting that we talk about the world's India's cleanest village in Meghalaya, or Indian Scotland, etc., etc. And these are all values that are to do with something being pristine, something being natural, something being environmentally robust. And then we are going there with our plastic and our chips packets and taking the city to the forest, so to speak, when in fact you're valuing it because it's clean, because it's pristine, because the air is good. But you're converting it into something else each time you're visiting. There's a fetishization of the Northeast that happens, which we are guilty of. So, I mean, it is for the people of the state to decide their development threshold, but as a conservationist, we are also to blame when we visit. We go with an idea that this is so clean, it's so wonderful, but I think we leave a lot of garbage behind. I think, let's start by tackling the plastic issue. It is a huge issue today, whether it's Ladakh, whether it's the Northeast, and it's also something that lands up in the bellies of wildlife. So it is not just an eyesore for us, it's actually life-threatening. So I think, the mining issue has to be taken up by the community, local governments, but the plastic issue is something that we can all take up as a community outside the state as well. And if you tackle the plastic economy, I think many other answers will come. Because the way plastic travels, it's part of the political economy, it's part of the way goods travel. So we do need to find a solution. We are looking at a time bomb of plastic today, particularly in the Northeast.
Most importantly, I feel we should um, also maybe rethink on how we think about development, because conservation has to play its role in it. At least for the what we call is the nominated property now with UNESCO, which we're working. I mean, for World Heritage Site across these numerous villages. We did have an awareness, kind of a discussion with the community, and everyone wants to welcome. Everyone wants people to come and see. They're very welcoming people. Khasi people are very welcoming people. Like, you can just go to the village, you can just enter any house, they'll give you food, they'll give you water. You can just start conversing with them. And that's what they enjoy. They like that hospitable side. So yeah, firstly I would encourage everyone to come there, visit these places, live with the community, pay whatever that you can pay, and don't be stingy about it, because all this money that you're bringing in would actually help in the conservation efforts which we're trying to make. Now, going to what Neha just spoke just now about plastic economy. See, there's a huge chain in which there are big corporates, so on and so forth, companies and all. But then I just got reminded of one story where we went to one village. It's called Kurengrim. It's in War Jantia side. We went there to actually document while they were making a nature home. I mean, like, that's a term that we use, a nature home or ying mariang. And why this was, I mean, through the support of the government. And yeah, before anything else, I would really like to say a big thank you to the government of Meghalaya, because they've immensely supported in the sense where in which to change something like the indigenous communities are not just stakeholders, so to say. They are the decision makers, which they've encouraged that, which is amazing. Now, going back to that plastic thing which Neha shared. So we went to this village. We were documenting, came back, and you'll see these tea stalls, right, in the villages. We met one person there. His name, he goes by the name Bahia Potam. I was just asking him, like, Bahia, can I like take an interview of you? Yeah. And he was like, yeah. So I just left the camera here, put it on a tripod, and just recorded. He was just sharing stories. The first statement that he said was, you people from Shillong, you won't hear your mother crying anymore. Yeah. But me, when I go to the fields, I hear my mother crying every day because of the pollution. And we want to stop all of this, but we can't, because it has to stop all the way back from Shillong. Yeah. And it's a different thing altogether. And just then, I'm just sharing a story because it's something that might maybe perhaps inspire everyone. A little niece of his walked, and he just like made her sit on his lap. I was like, you know, like, our earth is like this little girl. Like, if you feed her with rubbish, then you won't expect her to grow and all. And that really struck a chord. And something like that should be voiced out more. We should share these kind of stories more, because having these stories from the communities itself, from their voices, if their voices are being heard, you'll actually understand and you'll tap on the right problem, the challenge, sorry, not problem, a challenge, because it can be dealt with.
I think this is a perfect time. I mean, we could necessarily keep talking about this for much longer than the time allotted, but I think we have time for just about one question, unfortunately. So.
You know, this problem of plastics and environmental destruction and so on been going on for years. And the question really is, I've seen it in Delhi, I've seen it in the Doon Valley, and I can well understand what is going on, how you describe it. Question is, why are we not able to do anything about it? Now, I'm a lawyer, and I just want to draw your attention to one aspect of the problem.
So if you could keep it brief, please, because this is just, we're running very much out of time. If you could just keep it to one question.
I think you're taking it long, you're making it long.
Not really, sir.
So you see, there used to be a section in the Representation of People Act which said that if you had a contract with the government, you could not stand for election. Now, once I was arguing a matter in the Supreme Court, and the Chief Justice, who later became Chief Justice, Venkatarabhai, he said, you know, the country is now being run by contractors. Karnataka, he was from Karnataka, so he's the excise contractors, Orissa, Kendu leaf contractors, and now building contractors. So now, until you have resolved that problem, you can't resolve the problem of the destruction of the infrastructure. You know, this mountains. I've seen entire Shivalik hills destroyed in the Doon Valley. And it's all because roads upon roads, one road after another road, and so on. So it's integrated with the whole political legal system. So perhaps you would like to comment on that.
So while it's true that manufacturing is a big issue, we can all do our own bit. So plastic will always be manufactured. I don't think humanity will ever stop manufacturing plastic, but we can stop using it. So we cannot wait for the perfect solution. We need to act today. And there'll always be things thrown at us that we don't need. It's up to us whether we decide to take them.
Hoinung. And that's it, I'm afraid. This is the last question. We are very much out of time.
Yeah, hi. I'm very glad, Patricia, that you flagged this point about, you know, it's not pristine. There are challenges, and the challenges, you know, people like Shakila here who are having to deal with this every day are not easy to deal with. For instance, if the whole question of sustainability comes up, whether it's the living root bridges or Shillong. Shillong, okay, everybody go to Shillong. Please remember, you're going to be stuck in traffic jams for hours. So I walk everywhere in Shillong. That's one thing. The second thing is, you know, it's very easy to simplify things about infrastructure, and people should decide. Nehasina's point about people should decide their own way of development. They don't have a choice in many issues, you know. So in parts, whether it's West Khasi Hills or in Bhoi, you have a situation where people are cutting trees to burn them as charcoal. Now, is that a development choice? I'm not asking you to make a comment. Please don't, because you have to live there to understand there are poverty levels that are incomprehensible. I mean, we're calling it a symphony in the mist, but there are many major issues which all of you, certainly Patricia and Sankriyang, are familiar with, which come out of deep poverty and anguish and lack of alternative livelihoods. So we need to look at the lack of alternative livelihoods and find a solution to that.
can I comment on that? Thank you for that question. Tourism again, as I said, now um, will help aid our conservation efforts. One, that's, and the other alternative source of livelihood, um, like like you can see Evian waters, like that comes from UNESCO designated place. Talk about the honey that's, I think if I'm not mistaken, it's somewhere in Andhra Pradesh. I forgot the name, but that is also coming from there. So something like that. Our villages, we have the best oranges, we have the best fruits, the best vegetables, water, so on and so forth. I feel like once we really support each other, um, the community, we work together and we build livelihoods that would actually help in conservation, I think that would go a long way.
I want to come in here. Today, there was this talk here about the local fruit. If you look at soyong, the fruit that is used for making wine, it has reduced considerably. The number of trees have reduced. And I say this from experience because when I go to the villages and ask people, why are there no more soyong trees? You know, most villages have resorted to growing broomstick, and broomstick debilitates the soil like nothing does. But because it brings quick money, so you grow that. And now with the LPG problem, the other day in Police Bazaar, there were people who were dropping charcoal into hotels. So I can understand that it's an endless problem with perhaps very little solutions. But if we continue, you know, land for us is sacred. It's our identity. But if we look at land as only real estate, then we are finished. We are no longer tribals.
Yeah, and sorry, there's one interesting story again about another Kong from one village, Dingsiar. I mean, before I was working with Meghalaya Basin, so we got a chance to take 19 people to Araku, Nandi Hills, Araku coffee. Yeah. So 19 people, out of 19 people, only one was successful. But that was a win for all of us. She called me one night, a few months back. She was like, Basanki, you know, the price of coffee has gone up. I was like, okay. But the next immediate thing what she told me was like, you know, now there are 10 people who are now taking saplings from me. They're starting to grow coffee. Because with it, with coffee, why I'm saying this is because Kongpat talk about broom grass. With coffee, you grow other types of fruit-bearing trees. Just like our body, we need a balanced diet. Even the soil needs a balanced diet, so to say.
Well, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. If you want to continue this conversation, which I know a lot of you do, Patricia, Sankirang, and Neha are both are all around. But thank you for this wonderful attention that you've paid to this panel, and thank you, Patricia, Neha, and Sankirang, for this wonderful conversation, which was so necessary.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's once again give a round of applause to our panelists on the dais. And I request our team from the Shillong Lit Fest to hand over a small token of appreciation from the Shillong Literary Festival. Okay, please reset. I'm going ahead. Ladies and gents, we have a small change in the order of the sessions. To conclude to conclude the stage sessions for the New Delhi Prelude, we have two panels left that look at both the preservation of our roots and the impact of these very platforms on the world. First, we will discuss the very platform we stand on. I'm talking about this festival itself. We will discuss how literary events impact authors and serve as essential public forums. Please join me in welcoming our guest on the dais and our moderator. I will first call upon the award-winning author and co-founder of the Jaipur Literature Festival, whose vision has transformed the way the world engages with Indian writing. Please join me in welcoming Namita Gokhale. Madam is one of India's best known and most loved authors, a prominent writer, festival director, and literary activist. She is the author of 23 works of fiction and non-fiction. Her pioneering work has earned her great acclaim over the last few decades. The cult classic, Paro, Dreams of Passion, first published in 1984, is a satire on the elite of Bombay and Delhi. Things to Leave Behind, a part of the Himalayan trilogy, was awarded the Sahitya Academy Award for 2021. It also won the Best Fiction Jury Award at the Valley of Worlds International Literature Festival 2017. Her other works include the Book of Shiva, the Goddess of Trilogy, including In Search of Sita, Revisiting Mythology, Finding Radha, The Quest of Love, and the Treasures of Lakshmi, the Goddess Who Gives. The Whispering Mountains is an extraordinary collection of folktales from the echoes and peaks of Himalayas. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, a round of applause for Namita Gokhale, please. Up next, we welcome an iconic columnist and author who has chronicled the pulse of India for decades with her sharp and fearless prose. She is a celebrated author, journalist, columnist, and social commentator. Please join me in welcoming Shobha De. She has more than 20 best-selling books to her name. Her works have been extensively translated into a variety of languages, including French, German, Hungarian, Italian, Korean, Portuguese, Russian, Spanish, and Turkish. Up next, we welcome a gentleman, a renowned author, journalist, and expert in the Northeast region, known for his deep commitment to human rights and cultural dialogue. Ladies and gents, please welcome Sanjoy Hazarika. Currently, he lives near a forest in Shillong, in the hills of Meghalaya, and travels extensively across the Northeast and its neighborhood. Over the decades, he has combined roles as researcher, columnist, mentor, and practitioner. A former reporter for the New York Times, he is a recipient of the Rotary Peace Award for Writing and has been published extensively in India and international media. River Traveler is his sixth book. His earlier books include the acclaimed Strangers of the Mist and its sequel, Strangers No More. He has been co-editor of several books, including Hope Behind Bars, Gender, Poverty, and Livelihood in the Eastern Himalayas and Japan, and India's Northeast, Engagement Through Connectivity. His work has also appeared in peer-reviewed journals and anthologies, including the Routledge Companion to the Northeast. Okay, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, let's welcome Sanjoy Hazarika. And to moderate this session, we have a master translator and author who has brought dozens of legendary works to the global audience. Please welcome Anurava Sinha. He has translated 100 books that have been published so far in India, the UK, USA, and Australia. Ladies and gentlemen, the very, very important session on the LitFest itself.
Thank you so much. And thank you and welcome to all three of our very distinguished panelists. It is, of course, entirely fitting and, as Gen Z says, meta, to be talking about LitFests at a LitFest. So here we are. There's been a lot of excitement in recent times because of one article in The Guardian, which specifically trained its sight on the Jaipur Literature Festival. And it was interesting to read not just the piece, but also the avalanche of response that it elicited, most of it explaining why the writer and the newspaper in question didn't understand anything about the festival at all. So we have here a person who's synonymous with the Jaipur Literature Festival, that's Namita. We have an author who is a big draw at any festival that she goes to. And we have Sanjay, who is deeply steeped in the literary world in many ways and also represents a different geography, shall we say. So let me start by asking all of you in turn, what is the purpose of a literature festival? I have a set of bullet point answers, but I want to hear you first.
You know, I want to begin a little differently because I'm not good at being defensive about anything. And so before I turn offensive
please do.
Like, I'm not in the mood, but I don't offensive. If the Guardian felt that way, they are most welcome. Actually, I haven't even read the article fully, and everybody's point of view is welcome, not all. So I thought, you know, one thing they forgot to mention in all the long introductions was that I wrote a novel called The Jaipur Journals. And that is what tempted me to come here, because Malavika said, you have to speak about the Jaipur Journals. So you asked me why do people come to festivals? I have a 2-minute read, if you like, from my book,
yes, please,
which will explain why I think people come to festivals. So I'll give you the quick background to this. 1 minute. This is a book called The Jaipur Journals, and I wrote it, I don't know how long ago, which year it came out. I've written 27 books, actually, not 23, so completely lost count. I'm like one of those African leaders who has 27 wives and 100 cattle, and they don't know, like that. I've lost count of the books. But this particular book was written about the LitFest, and not about the spectacular side of it, but about a writer called Rohini Rana, who's unpublished and full of malice towards all published writers. And we know they exist. It happens. I mean, writers are vain and difficult people. But here, there's another character in the story. I won't take up more than 3.
Please go ahead.
So at that year, there'd been a burglary in my house. And it all adds up in the story. But there'd been a burglary. I'd woken up at night to find the light on and the door open. And I went out, and a man was systematically going through all my things. Now, any normal person would have reacted by running back inside and calling the police. Instead, I walked up to him very politely and I said, "Aap hain kaun aur ab yahan kya kar rahe hain?" Which I realized in retrospect was the wrong thing to do. He got so scared that he ran away like a ballerina. He almost flew out of the thing. And then a long series of things followed because he left his tools behind, and the police came to catch him, then he was caught. It's a different story altogether. But I felt so sorry when I had to go to the police station and identify him that I began getting mixed up as though I was the victim and he was. And the policeman said, "Madam, aap liberal log, aap victim nahi hai. Aap victim hai, wo victim nahi hai." And so he entered this novel. And in my novel, I have a character called Raju Srivastav, who's a tailor in the daytime, and his dad has got cancer, so he has to steal money. And he's ace burglar. And demonetization has set in. So what he's done is he's printed a set of his books through the Kabhadiwala and bought them all back. So he's cleared the money and become India's best-selling Urdu writer. So he is attending the Jaipur Lit Fest. It's just 2 lines, but going through it last night, and I said, this is why I do the festival. This is what I think our wonderful audiences are looking for and finding there. Page 97, 87, 95. Yeah. Why do I write? This was what the program had said. Where does the impetus to write arise? Is it in the heart or in the mind? Is it the power of narrative, the search for our stories, the need to address the inner self, or to make sense of chaos, or simply vanity and narcissism? That was the cue for the session. Then it said, Anton Haldar, Maya Mukherjee, and John Smith discussed the impulse to self-expression with editor and publisher Mark Putin. Very much sort of build you get in Litfest. His name is Betab. He's Raju Srivastav, Betab. Betab's skills with English were basic. He could read newspapers and make some sense of television panels. These are our real audiences. He listened intently to the session, trying to follow the nuances, to understand why the speakers would break into laughter or frowns or undecipherable cues or comments, because he was not in the same, let us say, social class. He had thought the conversation would be truer, more direct. That had to explain why he and all the people gathered around wrote or tried to write, attempting in their different ways to make sense of their lives. But the panelists seemed to be speaking around the subject. Anton Haldar spoke English in an accent Betab could comprehend. He listened intensely to his passionate comments. All writers are ultimately cannibals, consuming their own pain and that of others, as well as their ephemeral joys in their sheer appetite for experience and the need to assimilate, digest, and regurgitate it. He coughed modestly. And of course, there is a matter of money, the need to earn a living, to pay the bills, which must never be underestimated, and which very few people ever made by writing. Raju Srivastav, Urf Razi Khan Singh Betab, got the drift of it and disagreed. That was not why he wrote. He wrote because he was in love with words, with their sounds and extended meanings. He wrote because he was intoxicated by meter and verse, of the way in which the next word of a poem added resonance to the shadow of the previous one. He wrote because the Urdu language and Hindustani gave him a star-studded sky under which he could sleep and dream. But he was getting carried away. He did not write for money. He addressed that need more directly, outside the moral universe, appropriating what he wanted, wresting it from the world around. So that is the two sets of people who really write. There are those who write from their heart, from their marrow, and this man is a burglar. But he is a writer first and then a burglar. And then there are writers who are so accustomed to the system. They know how to work the system. They may be wonderful writers, but somewhere they lose some connections. In something like the Jaipur Literature Festival, as he knows, we have had people come in, a bit like Betab. We had a friend from Bengal, Manoranjan Vyapari, when we called him, he didn't belong to that world, but he effortlessly took control and became a really well-known writer. So my desire was always to bring in all the Indian languages, to dissolve all the gatekeepers. I mean, they're always gatekeepers, but to make it easier, and just get writers back in connection with their readers. That's all. And I'm quite open to criticism. We get criticized a lot. We get blamed for almost anything that may turn up. But that festival has given me something to live for and believe in. And most of our writers who come there, like Shobha, like Sanjoy, they give something back to it. And that giving back to that hungry audience makes them, I like to think, a little richer in a different way of the intense response you get from every Lit Fest, but also ours.
Yes, no, of course. I mean, the very fact that it's undoubtedly JLF which has made the best writers from around the world want to come to India. So there's no two ways about that. But one of the points you make that your novel brings out is that a big festival, even though it is huge on scale like JLF, is so much about the writers themselves, and that their personal stories are nothing like what we may imagine, which is that we always tend to think of writers as eminently successful people, effortlessly playing the crowd, supremely confident of themselves and their careers. And here we see them full of insecurities, anxieties, not sure of what they're doing. And really, as Namita said, the two stars, star writers of this novel, Betab and Rudrani Rana, are not insiders. They are new to the system, and yet they manage to do something amazing. So let me ask you, Shobha, does a literature festival enable a writer to know what it means to be a writer?
Deep question. I'll have to think about that. If you ask me why I attended, why I was one of the first people, I think at the very first, at the very first inaugural session of the Jaipur Lit Fest. And when I think 17 tourists lost their way and walked in, Japanese tourists, it's a myth created by William Dalrymple, but imagined, okay. Well, that's a popular story that no one knew that there was this great festival taking place. I was there. I mean, I don't know which myths to believe in anymore.
Did you see any Japanese tourists?
No, I didn't.
Maybe it was the year before that.
But I've heard it so many times that I now have started to even see the Japanese tourists walking in at a. So shall we
That's
agree?
what storytelling is about. So we believe it.
Okay, let's believe it. So at any rate, it was that kind of a festival which was the start of something so incredible, which I don't even think Namita, Shonjoy, or William could have ever envisioned what it would grow into. But what it is something magnificent, and let no one take that away from them. I see the team working throughout the year to make sure they curate a festival that has depth, that is inspiring, that provides a platform for voices that, particularly Namita, where she gives an equal platform to unknown writers, encourages the translators, translated works, and a lot of regional writers who would not have ever had the opportunity. But for most young writers today, or even my vintage writers who have never ever been invited to JLF, it's the ultimate badge of honor or validation. I can tell you from Bhavna Somaya's experience. So she's a very dear friend of mine for over 40 years. So when she received this invitation to the Jaipur Lit Fest, and she's a veteran of many Lit Fests and has written over 20 books, but this was the first time that JLF reached out to her and called her for a partition memoirs. She couldn't believe it. She was over the moon with excitement. And she said, finally, it has happened. I have been invited to JLF. That is the kind of, I wouldn't say power, because power has a definition which can be, it's not power. Or validation that, okay, you're being recognized, even if it's a bit late coming, but you're being seen, you're being heard, your words matter. And for any writer, there can be nothing that is as thrilling to know that you are being heard and read. And the Jaipur Literature Festival and all the other festivals that, of course, this is the prototype. They all try and achieve that, but it's not always easy. But I want to talk about the Shillong Lit Fest, because that has touched me in so many ways. And it was such a tremendous experience, because I went there with just ignorance. I'm ashamed to confess, ignorant about so much that all these years I had no idea the richness of the culture there, the people, the warmth of the people, how seamless it all was in a way that was unself-conscious, not structured, not meant to impress. And then came the metaphor of the roots, the bridge, and how Meghalaya and the or the connections that they make, everything, the sacred grove, the visit to that, left such a strong impact on me. That festival, the charm of it, but also the engagement with other writers, voices I would not have heard otherwise, poets expressing themselves in this beautiful setting at Ward Lake, all of it. And my head was literally in the clouds because that's what Meghalaya is. It's like, I felt it's like Meghdoot, you know, I was waiting for some lover to send me some message through that cloud floating above my head. It really fired my imagination in ways that were very impressive. Other global festivals and JLF, of course, they touch you differently and they engage you differently. They make you feel fantastic about yourself. And you do become a performing flea, there's no question. Some of us perform at these festivals. It's kind of, otherwise, the people, the audience feels completely
Nobody
let down.
performs better than you in the world.
Thank you, but I also enjoy it. It's performative in a very positive way because you are talking to people and you are listening. A writer's life is so isolated and dull and boring most
Yours
of the time.
isn't.
Well, I try to make it entertaining for myself, but most of the time, I mean, you're there with your words, your imagination, your thoughts. There's no interaction like you would get in a corporate office or working in a community of artists or filmmakers. We don't have that community. Writers do not belong to a community of writers. We only meet one another at festivals. To me, that's the biggest high, to be able to meet writers from across the world, to have that moment after our sessions are done and we're just, chilling and chatting and discovering things about each other's lives that are not in the public domain. And some of my strongest and best friendships have emerged at those lit fests. So as a veteran, I think I'm very lucky and privileged to be a part of so many lit fests, and I will continue to support them wherever they may be. If I can physically access it, I'll be there.
Thank you. Chandra, this is a good time to segue to the other festivals, of which there are so many all over India. Sometimes a disproportionate share of attention goes to the ones in the big cities, Jaipur, Delhi not so much, Bangalore, Calcutta. But there are festivals all over India in small towns and smaller towns. Do you want to talk to us about those and what you think happens there?
Yeah, but at the okay, sorry, I hadn't switched it on. At the outset, though, before I get into that, because I'm associated with a couple of the smaller ones, and one which is like the Shillong, which is growing and aspirational. Many of us are grateful to the JLF because they gave us a platform many years ago for writers from the region to come as writers from the region who wrote in English, not as writers from the Northeast. Now that's very important. And in Temsula, Mamangda and I were among the first to go to and Temsula made this point, don't call me a writer from the Northeast. I am a writer who writes in English about my people who happens to come from the Northeast. And that is a very important distinction. So I just wanted to put that on the record, and I'm sure many of you will be going to the JLF next year. The other thing is about the smaller festivals, because I'm associated with two. One is the one in Aizawl, the one that you came to, Shobha, in February. And there's one in Amritsar, Maja House, which I'm associated with. And I'm also associated with the Shillong Lit Fest. Now, the Mizoram Lit Fest has a story by itself, and I'll tell you that very briefly before I go to the actual thing that we try and do there. My introduction to insurgency and the stories of the region started as a teenager on a bus journey, and the person who introduced me to this tragic story in the region was a young Mizo singer whose father had been arrested, detained, and tortured. And he was a radio operator, a radio repair person, and his fingers were broken. So I still remember that journey because that started me eventually, 10 years later, 15 years later, to start working on my first book, Strangers of the Mist. And it is that image that I carry when I always travel to Mizoram. And a few years ago, I was starting a new book on Mizoram, which is coming out in a couple of months. And I was talking to my friends there. I said, you're at that point, the second most literate state in the country, but you don't have a festival. Why don't you celebrate this achievement? It's now among the most completely literate states in the country by having a festival celebrating your literature, your writing, your writers. So what started off as a discussion with three people, within a few months had become the first Mizo Lit Fest, which is called Leh, which among other things means bridge. And it's an opportunity for many writers, young people, young writers, potential writers, to share their ideas and for people like Shobha to come in and experience what Mizoram is like and what their stories are like. So, and for these are, shall we say, almost like poor festivals because we work on a shoestring budget. You'll laugh if I tell you the budget that we have, but we managed to bring about 100 people together over 2 days. And I think that's the sort of thing that gives it a lot of integrity. There are a large number of festivals now across the region, including in Gangtok, there will be in Dibrugarh, there's Guwahati, there's Shillong, of course, there's in Dimapur, the White Owl Festival. So, and Mamang Dai, who is one of our top writers from the region, from Arunachal Pradesh, she has her own festival in Itanagar every year. So many of these festivals are supported by governments, and some are supported by corporates. Some are not supported at all, like ours. So we managed to scrabble together, and people give their time and do it. So it's challenging in these areas, but I think it's very important that we do it because what both Shobha and Namita said, I just want to pick up on that. In our region, writers speak to each other through the festivals. They engage. I mean, I think Kanishk was here, he was saying that what are the new things that people are writing about? Okay, they're writing about new things, but there are still the major writing which took place in the 80s, 90s, 2000s was really about people recovering from the trauma of conflict. Because that was a lived experience and is still a lived experience because whenever we travel in the region, you come across people who tell you stories that they've never told their family members because people still live with the trauma. So many stories are yet to be discovered and people will, I'm afraid, Kanish, still, I think it's important for them to go through this regenerative process of dealing with the past and dealing with trauma. Even in Mizoram, those stories are not even discussed very often. So it's an opportunity for people to tell those kind of stories as well as other things to themselves, to each other, and to a larger audience.
I just wanted to.
Comes alive on its own.
Well, I want to say that, first of all, I'm deeply grateful for the very loving things that both of you said about the Jaipur Lit Fest. But the most important thing I did, or we did in the early years of the Lit Fest, was that we didn't underestimate the intelligence of our audiences. Everybody was dumbing down everything those days. And the Times of India had a policy, they will never review any book in English published in India. And that's what surprised people, that we had very difficult subjects, challenging subjects, and people wanted that. And the other thing is that we broke down the artificial barriers between English and the languages. And those, they just entered the mainstream with each other. So that's what happened, and I think each and every festival in India is so precious, big or small. Small is even more precious. They protect the local languages, they bring people together, they let people hear things. I mean, I've been to quite a few, and I have actually mentored some small festivals. And I think the real story is in the small festivals, whether in the Northeast or anywhere else. And the Jaipur Lit Fest may be glamorous, but I feel these festivals are something like, the simile should not be misunderstood, but they are like the earthworms that aerate the earth. You know, yeah, I'm glad you think, because they get people to think at the grassroots level. They are not afraid to speak. There's no censorship. You don't have to be radical. You don't have to be right, left, anything. You can speak from the heart. So I think small festivals are the real story, while the Jaipur thing is. And we began the Bhutan festival. I helped set it up many years ago. And the very first or the second festival, Sanjoy was there. And I remember the audience was, because there was so much sympathy between the areas he spoke about and there, the audience was in tears, if you remember, and you were too. You were there that year. So I'm saying that let's give a very big clap to the small festivals. That's where it belongs.
Of course, I threatened you with a set of bullet points about what literature festivals do. So it's actually quite amazing. We put this list together. So here are some of the things. They build a new readership. They provide a public forum for ideas, discussion, and debate. They promote authors who are already well known, but also those who are not particularly well known yet. They create an opportunity for, well, in-person celebrity worship, which is no unimportant thing. Namita, at Jaipur and at the smaller festivals, we've seen how one author can, in the course of 45 minutes, inspire hundreds of people to go and buy their book and read it. It happens. The audience has not even heard of this writer before, but suddenly their speech inspires them. And of course, it sells books. And it's a giant party or a small party, but it's a party because the word festival implies that it's something to celebrate, which is very important. It's not grim, it's not about complaining, it's not about bemoaning, but it is really about being happy about what there is. So, Namita, you have in your novel, there are two descriptions which come through your characters. At one point, Rudrani Rana says, I must now get away from, quote, this circus of words and egos.
It is indeed a circus of words.
I want you to unpack that for me, and then I have one more quote from your novel which I want to ask Shobha about. Circus of words and egos. Will you, tell us the things that no one normally gets to know?
Well, the thing is that all writers are intensely egoistic. That's why they think what they are writing about is important enough to share with the world. And when the world feeds their ego, they feel good. But when the harsh realities of life make them feel as though their efforts, everybody puts everything into those novels, then they don't get, by bad luck or whatever, the quality of response, there's heartbreak there. And because she's a writer herself, and it turns out after she dies that she is a very fine writer, so she can see through the egos and the minor things. But those are things of life in every, I can see somebody sitting in the middle of the room who once said, India is a celebratory culture. But India is indeed a celebratory culture, and we celebrate our books and nothing. But just like in every marriage, Indian wedding, there's heartbreak and tears, there is quiet heartbreak from those people who have given so much to their books. But at least they get a chance to get them signed, to share it. So, I can't unpack it all, but I think that is an accurate description of literature festivals, large and small.
And Shobha, here's also from the same novel a description of a panel. The session was predictable and unexciting. Everybody maintained their expected positions, and the atmosphere was rife with acrimony and mistrust. The right and left had variant takes on history, and the organizers had taken care to see that all points of view were symmetrically represented. Is this your view of what these panels at all literature festivals, we are not just talking Jaipur here,
The politically incorrect person will
what they
tell
tend
us.
to be like?
No, I don't agree at all. Because the whole point of a literature festival is to provoke. And I don't think everyone comes there with that agenda of being politically correct. And two things, you mentioned that all writers are extremely egotistic. I think exactly the opposite, Namita. They are so insecure. They are,
Sorry.
they don't feel confident at all about their work.
That is true, but
The
somewhere there's a
staff-
strong ego to push you to write that book. That's
Or is it self-expression? You want to, if it does, fine. I know that for myself, I don't ever attend a literature festival to sell my books. I go there to learn something that I would not sitting at home. So for me, that was never the motivation. And some
you
of
were
the ego-
already a highly successful author. at that
Maybe, but yeah, but it was not, you can't design.
You never needed
no,
it.
No, you can't also decide to become that. If you become that, that's the kind of the icing on the cake, and you feel good about it, you feel terrific about it, but it's not the reason why you're writing at all. At least not for me. And I feel so completely paralyzed with, it may sound strange, with each book and each literature festival appearance, the first and most predominant thought is insecurity. And a sense of, my God, what am I even doing here? I feel like an imposter. Like one of these days, I'm going to be found out. And after 28 books, someone is going to say to me, you call yourself a writer? I mean, what gives you the right to call yourself a writer? So you need a certain sense of reassurance, for sure. You don't always get it from family. In fact, never. In my case, I think they are my most cynical critics, and thank God for them, rather that than chamchas. But the questions that you ask, are people there coming as posers? Are they pretending to be someone, the people they're not? Increasingly today, the atmosphere has changed so dramatically. So, and a lot of state governments are very particular about who they're asking for organizers to submit lists of authors. And they are clearing the names of authors who could be troublemakers. I mean, through so many literature festivals.
I think what he was saying, because he was quoting from my book.
Yeah.
So let me clarify what I
Okay,
was saying
please,
in
yeah.
that. I was simply, she goes through the festival, and one of the sessions
Yeah.
she encounters is a political session,
Yes.
or a semi-political session. And I'm glad that festivals like ours do have the courage to put all sides through.
Of course.
And that courage sometimes can be tedious also, because everybody is just sticking to their scripts. But at least all scripts are being heard. That's what.
At your festival, that space is shrinking. And a lot of writers who were previously invited by a certain festival, the organizers, at the last minute withdrew their invite, saying, I'm sorry, but you don't come on the approved list. So there is a lot of political interference coming into
But mine was just a novel about.
Yes, I know, but I think it's a bigger point. It's not only about the novel, it's how it's changed, how the environment has changed today. And there are people who are extremely nervous about organizing, about inviting writers who could lead to, who could be speaking about things that make society uncomfortable. It's happening a lot.
We are in a BJP state in Rajasthan. It's been a Congress state also. And actually, I have to tell you that nobody has really pressured us not to call this person or not to call that person.
Well,
we are very fortunate.
There have been, sort of furtive efforts to say, is so-and-so coming? I remember the Salman Rushdie incident when he was...
Salman Rushdie is an international event.
But
that was not...
Not just him. There have been other, not just at JLF, I'm talking about other festivals.
Salman Rushdie we had invited.
Yeah.
And we were threatened with death, and I took
Yes.
I took the call. I said
Yes.
that if there is
Yes.
if there's an ugly incident and
Yes.
even one child is harmed,
Yeah.
I would rather disinvite him.
Yeah.
And a lot of people felt it was the wrong
Okay,
peer.
but sorry, but Shobha, let me bring it right back, the attention back on you, which is what are some of the most interesting questions you faced when on a panel, whether from the moderator or the audience? Because here you are saying that you're worried about whether you will be called out. Are you really a writer? So, what are some of the questions that have really surprised you? Do you remember any? Yes, for you, for you.
Oh, is it for me?
Yeah, yeah.
Sorry. Okay.
No, no, I'm coming
No,
to you
no,
next.
no, no. You anticipate that question at every Lit Fest, at least I do. Because at the end of it all, no matter what I may have said, and it happens so frequently that it's become a family joke in my case, the hands will go up at question hour, and someone or the other will say or raise their hands, generally a lady, and meaning it very sincerely. It's not meant in a negative way. She'll say, Madam, how exactly do you preserve yourself? Because you're 78 years old, so there's the age thing that comes in, and they actually really want to know that. But no, no, no. What do you use? So I used to laugh about it in the old days and make a joke of it. And I say I'm like an old car, you need to send it for servicing, greasing, all of it. And I soak myself in vinegar overnight in a tub. Then they started to believe that. Yeah. No, so they said, Madam, do you also splash it on your face, the vinegar? That's when I thought the joke had gone a bit too far and I stopped making that joke. It was a stupid joke to start with. But of course, there is the gender thing that comes in every festival. There
I
is.
think it's just your beauty.
No, no, forget that. I mean, even that I think is a bit of a put down, but that's okay. I'm not being defensive. I'm saying the narratives change, but when that question comes, I said, is that all over the 54 years that I've been writing in the public space without taking a break or missing a deadline? Is that all it comes to? Madam, how do you preserve yourself? That's when I feel like an imposter. That, come on, I shouldn't be feeling the way I do, but I feel it. I do feel it, and it does, somewhere, it hurts.
Sanjay. Good morning.
Finally.
Give us a sort of manifesto for the literature festival going forward. And we're not talking about the big ones, they're already in place. But as Namita says, it's really the other ones around the country that make us what we are. So you run two of them and you maybe three of them almost.
I don't run them. Even the Mizoram one, I'm very clear that I'm an advisor. I give the suggestions, but it's up to our friends, the organizers there to run it if they have questions.
Sure.
But we all need mentors, okay, Namita? So that's a request, not just to you. Shobha has been very kind and came in February. But we all need mentors to know how to do things better, how to go to maybe not become bigger, but become just better at what we're doing.
So what are the parameters of becoming better?
I think one thing is funds. We need funds to make it better, attract more people, ensure that you get the right kind of audience as well, because sometimes what you have to do is bring in students to come in and listen. You need people who would be interested in the kind of issues that are being discussed. And one thing that's really good about the Mizoram Lit Fest is that you get a lot of young writers coming in, young poets, and young performers who will perform and speak and recite in Mizo. And I think that's one of the great strengths. In our own languages, people need to speak. Like, I'm very glad that the Shillong Lit Fest last year, after a very long time, I think, did the Garo, Jayantia, and Khasi recitations and celebrations of local literatures. Now, these are, language is very emotive, yes, But it's also a challenging thing because there is a demand for age schedule status to Khasi and Garo. That hasn't happened, but there is a very strong move within the state for that. Similarly, Mizo is classified as like an associate status. So this is one way of strengthening, in a way, the language, the communities, and their position on strengthening the language.
So what are the one or two things you'd really like to see at your festivals
I'd like to
that
see,
you don't do at the moment?
I'd like to see more, certainly more visibility in terms of the kind of writers who are coming in from outside. We'd like to see more mentors. We'd like to see more funds so we can do all the above. And we'd like to see more publishing. More publishing out of the writers who come, translations and publishing into English and other languages, not just English, but other languages of the country.
Right. Namita, you wanted to add to that?
I just wanted to add that we are a very multilingual nation and we do respect our smaller languages more than many others. And I'm so glad that all the small festivals, as far as possible, they may not do it the first year, they may not do it the second year, but they wake up to the different registers in their states, which we've done in Rajasthan all the time. This will be the fourth year of our Spanish festival. And the first year, when I said, where are the other languages? There's Galician, there's Catalan. I said, you know Galician, no Catalan, they look like I'm from outer space, And the next year, we put in Catalan music, Galician poetry, and it crept in. And people loved it. One of the, was it the Galician? They came with a kettle, a pan and kettle band, with the kitchen utensils band. So once you open up to your own languages, once that snobbery about languages opens up, it's not just in India, everywhere, they are just the protectors of the English language around the world.
So do you see a future in where JLF will actually be conducting panels in various Indian languages, not just Hindi, but other languages as well, entirely in those languages?
Well, not in Jaipur unless it's with a translation thing. Because the thing is, where do we get audiences in? What we do is get people in, for example, Sindhi. Now, there's a large Sindhi community in Jaipur. We have done sessions which have a large amount of Sindhi modulated by Hindi or English. So like that, we have our own multilingual way of doing it.
But now, of course, technology can also ensure real-time translations into various languages.
We don't have the funds.
At some point soon.
Spain, we have the most fantastic funds, and most fantastic simultaneous translation I've ever seen anywhere. Because it's a university has those facilities.
Right, maybe we'll have that soon. Okay, we are now open for questions from the house. Yeah, if we can just maybe take 3 questions or so. Yes, the gentleman there. If you can keep it just tight and... We can hear you anyway, you could just...
I just want for the record to state, of course, there is now this new Shillong festival, but there was in 2012 a Shillong festival, Shobha was there, organized independently by a wonderful woman who then died, Samba Lamar. I hope I'm pronouncing her name correctly, but that was a very exciting festival, specifically because it was private, I think mostly privately organized. And then, of course, now you have the current version.
Right. Thank you for that. Other questions? Yes, yes, the lady here and then the gentleman in the middle. Okay, since you've got the mic first, go for it.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, yes.
This is not a question, it's a request for Shobha Day. I am a huge fan, and my name is Shomik. And you're talking about performance, actually. So I love your novels, especially Sergi. But I think what I really enjoy much more are your articles, opinion pieces, and also your Instagram reels. So for my job, I am a digital content associate and I work in social media. And recently I was having a conversation with a marketing gentleman and she asked me, who is your inspiration? I said, Shobha Day. I think she is Gen Z at heart.
Thank you so much. It gets me to so much trouble,
He
but I love it.
He
Trouble
said,
too.
you're Gen Z at heart.
And this is coming from my Gen Z, but the request is whether we can get a selected a book of, your selected articles, maybe it's and please, it's a request to include your article on Raghuram Rajan in it.
The guy, that one. Yes, that people still remember it. I thought you were way too young to remember that one.
You
Oh,
could
you
direct,
Googled it.
you could
Okay.
direct that request to her agent who's right here. He'll be pitching it to a publisher as soon as he leaves this room. Yes.
Actually left the room, maybe.
He's
Oh,
there.
he's there. Okay.
He'll never leave your side, Shobha.
Hello,
Yes.
everyone. Good evening. My name is Anansha, and I am a PhD research scholar. It's a statement question, so whatever you can deceive from yourself. So, like the literary festival welcomes audience from various regions, from various diameters, paradigms, I can say. So we are talking about the translators, we are talking about the transliterates and the transcriptors. But my question is about is there any kind of capacities or is there any kind of scope or platform for the able person? I'm not using the word disabled, I'm not using the word specially able person, but what about the audiences who are deaf and dumb? What about the audiences who are more able than us? Is there any kind of platform? Is there any kind of scopes that these literary festivals, because they are open to everyone, because literature is not for the people who can see, who can read, or who can have only the capacity to what the society stereotype us as
I think Namita has an answer.
Yeah, thank
At
you.
the Jaipur Literature Festival, at least one of the platforms always had this thing for the impaired. And we have very, very special interest in seeing that people with the disabilities are on the stage, whether it is Tarini Mohan. So when she came on stage, we made sure that every parameter was there to be comfortable, because in some other festivals she'd had difficulty. And among the other speakers, we always have people there is somebody called Professor Aneja. Many of the audience may know him. He used to be the head of the Department of English in Delhi University, and he's visually impaired. And when he speaks there, it's an inspiration. We don't do it in tokenism. We do it where it fits into the session. And so it's a good reminder. We will keep doing it. And I'm sure many other festivals do it, but I can only speak for ourselves.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think Shonja has something to talk about.
Yeah, I just want to mention, because you indicated we are closing, that, one phrase I often use about our region is that it is Asia in miniature. And what Hamar said the other day is a phrase I actually created. It's where South and Southeast Asia meet. It's where India begins and ends, and where Southeast Asia begins and ends. And if you take that perception, the medley of languages, the communities that are there, the diversity that is there, that needs to be increasingly reflected in all these gatherings that we have, not just one group or thing. And there's another thing which, talking about List Fest and so on, I don't know how many of you read Tolkien. He is one of my favorite authors. So when this is an aside, but when I started reading The Fellowship of the Ring, I read all 3 books in one sitting, starting at 3 in the afternoon and finishing at 3 the next morning. And I was a young man at the time. And there's one thing which he says, which I think still touches me, because one of the main characters is Saruman, as you know. Saruman believes that it is only great power that keeps things in check. I find it is the simple things, the everyday deeds of ordinary people that keeps the darkness at bay. And remember, we are all surrounded by darkness in our own lives or in society, and that's something that we need to remember.
Okay, one more question. Okay, the lady there. Perfect timing. Yes, go for it. This is the last question. Make it count.
Yes. First of all, I want to congratulate the organizers of this festival because we do go to JLF and we get that experience there. But to bring something like this to Delhi and giving us a taste of Shillong, and like I was complimenting the lady sitting next to me for her sari, and I see so many people wearing such amazing clothes and the vibe outside and here. So thank you for bringing this here. And Shobha ma'am, I want to say this to you. My love for letter writing started with your book, Speed Post, which my mother gifted to me years ago. And she's a huge fan of you, and she's not with me right now. She's at home, but I'm here also representing her voice and thanking you for that. She's like a big, big fan of you. What I liked besides the letters is also the cover page of that book, which is it's a red color book for those who haven't seen, and it's got this letterbox on it. So with my nephew, who's 11, I realized the other day while walking with him that he had never posted a letter. And he had never used, he didn't know. Like we were walking on the street and I'm like, hey, this is a, and then he's like, would they actually come and collect these letters? Will it go to the person? Will it reach? And there's this whole curiosity around it. So I had a suggestion and also a request. If you could come out, since our dear friend said about Gen Z, so if you could come out with a next version of Speed Post for this generation, which would have another red cover with something
Lovely,
for
what a
emails.
lovely idea. I'll write it for my 8 grandchildren. That was written for my 6 children.
Yes, exactly.
So maybe I should write a Speed Post, the sequel for my
Yes,
grandkids.
Exactly.
And
So yeah, that would be really
and,
nice.
and hope that they'll read it. But I want to just end this on a happy, wonderful note. What makes, for example, the smaller, more intimate festivals real? And the big takeaway from yours that in Shillong, the greatest gift for me, I'm saying it selfishly because I'm a complete fangirl of Vikram Seth. And to meet him, he's so elusive, but he's a good friend of yours, and you persuaded him to come. He drove all the way from Delhi in his red Jimny. And, that in itself was a story. And there he was. We meet in the unlikeliest of places, at Litfest mainly. It could be in Lahore, where suddenly someone taps me on the back. And who is it? It's Vikram. And, we go off and we have a little huddle and gossip and giggle. And at this Litfest, because it was so contained and small, there was a wonderful band playing. It's just to recreate a moment that makes small Litfest magical. And he said, no, we need to really talk. So where shall we go? So we went and they opened up the children's section of the hotel, which of course they shut at 7 or something like that. And we both wanted to have a drink in that children's section with the slides and the, with the little seesaws. And the hotel was being of course they would be. They said, no, you can't bring alcohol into a children's section. I said, but there are no children there. They're asleep. So they said, no, rules are rules. So Vikram, of course, he said, rules? Who cares about rules? Let's just get those drinks and let's have that chat. So they dared not challenge Vikram. Well, I was being a meek little schoolgirl saying, Vikram, maybe, we don't want to get the GM into trouble. That conversation will remain with me forever. We did not talk about books. We did not talk about great ideas. We did not talk about what are you writing next. Nothing. We spoke in such real and true and emotional terms about our lives and what scares us, and about age and about death, and how we prepare for that, if we can ever prepare for something, the inevitable. And these are the memories which enrich. It's incomparable, that conversation. I would not have had it anywhere else. I certainly wouldn't have had it in Mumbai.
Where was it?
At Shillong.
Shillong?
Yeah. And so it was, thank you, Shillong. Thank you, Sanjoy. And thank you for inviting me to something that has left such a profound impact, all of it, all of it.
Right, right. Thank you so much. Here's to the continuation and increase of diversity in all our lit fests in every sense. Thank you, Namita, Shobha, and Sanjay. Thank you, everybody.
And thank you, Aruna.
Thank you so much. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you. Once again, let's have a huge round of applause for our esteemed panelists on the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, please. Please accept a small token of appreciation on behalf of the Shillong Literary Festival. We have one more small short session, after which we will be having music outside, courtesy of the CM MGMP. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now we will move on to the next session, the last session for this evening, where we will discuss the legacy and future of Khasi and Garo literature. Ladies and gents, kindly please take your seats for our last session. Yeah, yeah. Sure. Empat. No. Dear friends, the next session to discuss the legacy and future of Khasi and Garo literature, please welcome scholars. Our first one is an assistant professor at Northeastern Hill University, Shillong, in the Department of Khasi. She's a member of the Khasi Author Society and member of the editorial board and former editor of the Tuet Jing Start, a journal for the Society of Khasi Studies, Shillong. Please welcome the Bandarilin Bairo. Joining her is an academic and writer whose work has been pivotal in documenting and promoting Garo literature and culture. She's the head in charge of the Department of Garo at Captain Williamson Sangma State University. She has authored books such as String in a Lute and Achik Theatre, A Case for Indian Folk Theatre, and co-translated the Midong Ka Ceremony. Please welcome Barbara Sangma. And to moderate this, returning to the stage, our veteran editor, Kong Patricia Mokim, will guide this vital conversation on how our languages are penning a new future for themselves.
Not working, yeah? Thank you, Edward. If people can be kind enough to be seated after you're done with the celebrities, we seem to be having a dwindling audience here, which is very sad because we are going to be discussing Khasi and Garo literature, the legacy of Khasi and Garo literature, and how do we take it forward, what changes in the course of time, and whether literature can be critiqued. We say that literature is the sum of our lived experiences in writing. So, what do you have to say about Garo literature? What are the changes you've observed? Because I think yesterday while we had that little discussion, you spoke to me about how the naming of Garo children has changed over time.
A very good evening to all. I am really grateful for this opportunity to be talking about Garo literature. And thank you, ma'am, for the very first question given to me. Yeah, we had a little discussion prior to coming here. And then we were just...
Can we have some silence, please?
I think we started by discussing about Garo and Khasi literature, and I was just mentioning how Garo literature and Garo society, I think they are related, as Madam had said already. Literature is the lived-in experiences that is put in black and white. Then I was just mentioning how in the course of time, the life of Garos have shown changes. I specifically mentioned that there was a time when Garos were very fond of adopting Bengali names. You'd be surprised, like Sharmila, like Ronjit, and with that Bengali O sound. And then later on, maybe the Bollywood influence, like it became, Sharmila became Sharmila, Sunita, Sanjeev. And then afterwards, with the coming of Christianity and education, the biblical names came: Mark, Mary, Magdalene, Joseph, Thomas. And then now, at this point of time, I think I can say it's a renaissance, a reawakening, really thinking in a new way, because whether it be naming, whether it be songs and other folk arts, we are back to that folk basics, because we are now beginning to name our children in real Garo names, Achik names. I'm Barbara, very much an American English name. But then my daughter, I had named with the name of a Garo tree. So that way, I think we are seeing the change. So I think that is being reflected in literature. that is being reflected in folk songs. I think one of the very, I think, trending and very popular and acceptable band is Nokpante, Mikhail, who is the person we are talking about. He is very much into bringing back the basic games that children used to sing, the lullabies, the sing-song games, maybe what we call raillery back and then. And he is creating songs from that. And he is really drawing huge crowds and making a name for himself, and not without any reason. I think that's much for now.
Bandarilin, you're a scholar of archetypal studies. How is that related to culture? Because I think it's very new for me as well. We are told that it relates to symbols, especially recurring symbols and patterns. So what are the recurring symbols in Khasi literature?
Yeah, speaking of archetypes, archetypes is a term that was termed by Carl Jung. Now he states that the psyche is divided into different portions, and his main influence and his main contribution is on the collective unconscious of the psyche of humans. And the contents of the collective unconscious is what is called the archetypes. Now, when we speak of archetypes, it is an original model or pattern from which later copies are made. Now we have these recurring symbols, recurring myths. Like in Khasi literature, we can have water, we can have as recurring symbols, the eye as a recurring symbols in many of the writers. And when we look at it, the sources from where these recurring symbols come from, we can go back to the pre-literate literature. It's there in the unconscious, in the collective unconscious of the people, of the race. And, it's then well articulated in the literature of the people.
Barbara is also a Nokma. A Nokma is a headman. I don't know whether we can call it a head woman. Oh, you want it to be called head woman. So, although Garo society and Khasi society are both matrilineal, in Khasi society we do not have a head woman yet, because we say tradition doesn't allow it. In Garo society, they have the Nokma. Besides being an academician, how do you manage the role of Nokma? Because being a Nokma is a 24/7 job. And how has that become part of Garo literature? Is it documented as part of Garo literature?
I would start by breaking down the word Nokma. Nokma is a combination of two words. Nok means house, and Ma means mother. So, mother of the house. So, I am the mother of the house, and it extends to my village. The whole village, the clan land is called Keng. So, I'm the mother of that, I'm the custodian. How I take care? It is a huge job because it involves administration, and it's really huge responsibility, and the honors of being a Nokma is profound, and it's huge. So how do I do that? I think I'll draw the analogy of a mother.
No, let me just ask you this. The Nokma is also involved in land allocation wherever needed?
Yes.
I mean, land administration.
Yes.
So how does that play out?
Okay. In my case, because I'm a full-time teacher, we are talking about matrilineal. So let me go to matrilineal first. Matrilineal system means the name, the surname, and the property of the house is passed on through the lineage of the mother. So the property, my property, and my surname will go to my daughter, and through my daughter, it will go on through her daughter, to my granddaughter, that way. But then, Garo society is matrilineal, no doubt, but it is also patriarchal. So, some of the things becomes easy for me as a Nokma when it comes to administration of the land, because even though I'm the Nokma, I have my male relatives to help me out. In Garo, we call it Chra, C-H-R-A, Chra. They hold, I can say, utmost power regarding land allocation, land distribution, and also regarding any matter pertaining to my akang, to that huge plot of land of which I am a custodian. So I'm not alone. But then again, I cannot be relegated to the corner, or I cannot be dispensed with, because for every matter that is discussed, for every decision that is made, my ratification, my signature, my nodding, my yes is always needed. So I think there is a kind of balance. I don't say that matrilineality is the best way, but yeah, I do enjoy being in this system. Yeah.
Bandarilin, what are some of the aspects of Khasi culture that are either misunderstood, misrepresented, or romanticized by the outside world? Can you please, tell us some of those aspects?
Yes, thank you, ma'am, for the question. Now, as we all know that Khasi is a matrilineal system, the outside world usually sees it as a matriarchal society. We follow a matrilineal system where, and the core area of the matrilineal system is that we trace our clan lineage from our mother, not from the woman. There's a misconception of this, not from the woman, but from our mother, from the mother. And secondly, when we look at the aspects of Khasi matrilineal system, we see the woman, now the domains that the woman is given the portion of is mostly in the domestic domain. Our ancestors have had it that we have it only in the domestic domain, in the sense that we do not have a priestess in the religious domain. She is only Nong Pen Biang, Dak Kidong, or the one who, arranges all the things that are meant for the religious rituals. Now, the main performance or the priest is usually a male. And then we do not have our share in the political domain. We have USAM, and Kahir Pateng, or it is inherited through the male side. But what is more important for the world to know is that the men in Khasi society have a dual role to play as the maternal uncle of the clan and as well as the father of the family. That's why it is not a matriarchal society as what the outside world sees. Secondly, the role of the Khaddu. This is mostly misinterpreted and mostly misunderstood.
The
youngest daughter in the family, the youngest daughter. She is misunderstood as one who inherits the entire ancestral property. But in reality, our forefathers have had this tradition that the Khaddu is just the custodian of the ancestral property. She has, even if a plot of the ancestral land is to be sold off, she has to have the consent of the maternal uncle and of the entire family, and she cannot do it on her own. It is not a private property of hers if it is an ancestral property. Now, these are some of the important features that are usually misunderstood from the outside world, and in the generations to come, I don't want
I think it's
people
similar,
to
no?
misunderstand this also.
There's a lot of similarity between Garo and Khasi. Only one thing that is different, that is beginning to evolve these days, is that Khasis stick to the, I think, youngest daughter to inherit the family property, but then Garos may designate any of the daughters. If there's more than one daughter, whoever the parents prefer, that daughter would be designated to be the heiress, and then pass on the family lineage. And then another one is, I would like to just corroborate, ma'am. the role and then the importance of the male relatives in a Garo family. It's of paramount importance. And again, like the Khasis, the Garo male also has got dual responsibility. But his responsibility to his mother's house is more. He's got more power in his mother's house and responsibility towards his sisters. Of course, he is a responsible man in his house also. That is why, there's a practice among the Garos. When a Garo man dies, it is believed that the best place to be born again for a Garo who is still practicing an indigenous religion is to be born again in the house of his mother. So after death, there is a ceremony where we lead back the soul of that man to the house of the mother. That ceremony is very, very important, and that has to be satisfied. That has to be mandatorily, completed. That has to be done. That has to be. I don't know how to. What word shall I use? Yeah, that has to be done. Yeah. So that was my corroboration. So a lot of similarities, but I think only small differences here and there. But ma'am, once again, yeah, I just want. Here we have got a mixed audience, but I think when we talk about matrilineality, I think people mistake or confuse matrilineality with matriarchy. So as soon as people hear that I am a matrilineal woman or from matrilineal society, oh, you have got power, you can do anything you want. But I think that there's a confusion with matriarchy, which means rule by women. But matrilineality is a lineage that is passed on through the line of women. I think that has to be kept in mind. No?
We are an oral tradition people. The Khasis got their script only in 1841 and the Garos in 1874, I think.
Yeah, but yeah, formally, I think adopted in 1902.
Yes.
Yeah.
So how much of culture, tradition is really captured in the present written word? And we also have to remember that much of our history and culture has been written by the colonialists. So have we sort of separated their understanding of our culture and written our own stories yet?
Now I'll come to the legacy of Khasi literature. Now, the legacy of Khasi literature is profoundly rooted. It's richly layered. It's deeply connected with the cultural identity of the people, and in particular, the oral tradition of the Khasis. Now, the richly layered legacy of Khasi literature, it is reflected in the cultural I should say, heritage of the people, which is shaped by centuries of old and vibrant oral traditions and other forms of expressions. Now, when we speak of the legacy of Khasi literature, we have to understand that we have both the oral and the written form of literature. Now, the Khasis have a very rich oral tradition. Myths, legends, folk tales, all these and other forms of oral literature, they have contributed immensely towards the richness of literature at large. Now, when we say oral tradition, we have oral composition, we have oral communication, we have oral transmission. Now, this is done orally. And all this has been preserved orally. But with the advent of the written form of literature in 1841, when the Welsh missionaries came, all these have been documented, and I would not say all, it's an ongoing process. We can say that these oral narratives have been documented and put into the written form, and it serves as a distinct source for the written form as well. Now, when we say the written form has come, we cannot say that the oral doesn't exist. orality or written, I mean the oral literature of the Khasis do coexist alongside with the written form of literature. And in the beginning of the written form of literature, now we have the Welsh missionaries, writing, and we cannot deny the fact that the written form of literature, of Khasi literature, it started off with translation, Christian translations, translation of Christian hymns, Christian books, and all this alongside with the secular form of writing. And this is what the noted historian R.S. Lingdor termed this era as the dawn of Khasi writing and reading. And it is here that we can see all these, the Christian literature as well as secular literature. And one of the non-Khasi writers who have contributed in the early phase of the written form of literature is S.M. Amjad Ali, who has written that a collection of poems, Kamintoyo Kikatwan, where he has kind of, revive and, stir up that kind of awakening that is needed, that they need to preserve their own culture, their own
No,
tradition.
what do you have
Since
to
Shardik has
say
been.
about writers like Jibon Roy,
Yes,
Sip
I will
Charan
come.
Roy?
I will come to that, ma'am. The second phase, that is the the end of the 19th century and the early decade of the 20th century, we see writers and eminent thinkers like Jivan Roy, Sip Charan Roy, we see Raban Singh, Radhan Singh. These are prominent figures, who have revive, I can say. R.S. Ringdo has termed this era as kaayam kalad dintray, or turning back to our own roots, where, the writers at that time, they have focused mainly on the indigenous writings and rites and rituals and religious practices, and kakitab niam kenjung khasi. And Jivan Roy has contributed immensely when he started the Shillong school, which in turn
That started the first newspaper.
Yeah, he also started. He started the Re-Khasi Press,
the press,
1896. With that came the first newspaper in Khasi, Khasi Menta, and it's a legacy, I can say, that has continued, and we can see the contributions of writers through where they can publish their works through the
and
press.
interestingly, for this audience, perhaps it would be good to know that was it Jibon Roy who translated the Ramayana?
Yes, yes. When we speak of translation in Khasi, Jivan Roy has translated, the Ramayana and Hitupadisya, and we have the Mahabharata, and Streamlit has translated. We have these sacred texts. When we speak of translation in Khasi, we have translation from Sanskrit, from Bengali, we have translation from the Greek, we have translation from Greek, from English.
From
now,
Hebrew,
when we
from Hebrew as well.
From Hebrew and Latin as well. All these, some of these where, we have the source language, the target language, and when we talk of Sophocles' Oedipus Rex, the author, the translator, the elsewhere used English as a filter language, the source language, the filter language, and here comes the target language. Now that was how we see the growth of written form of literature also through translation, and we can say that it has crossed borders the other way around also when we see that translation from Khasi to English also, like Sosotham's Gaduy Taraksiar, Kisingi Baremu Hunyotrab, they're all translated into English as well. So we can say that Khasi literature has not only remained only in its own land and its own people, it has reached borders and the global arena through translation.
Barbara, can you tell us something about theater in Garo society? How is theater a transmitter of lived experiences, literature?
Okay. So when we talk about Garo, theater in Garo, I would be talking mainly about folk theater. I think there will be some theater persons here, But then I just want to begin with the definition of a theater, because many a times when you talk about theater, we think about the building. But then theater, by definition, means a place for seeing. So theater can be anywhere. So if that is so, and going by the definition of folk theater, we all understand that theater begins from rituals. So Garo theater also can be seen, first of all, in rituals, in incantations, in prayers. Then I think we have the songs, which also is a kind of theater, folk theater. Then comes narration-oriented theater. Herein, I think I would like to mention about epic narration, which is a very unique form of narration among the Achiks, among the Garos, because this narration takes place or it lasts for many nights. The narrator begins and then it continues night after night after night. Not that they don't stop, they stop during the day. And there was a belief once upon a time that only a person who is above the age of 50 could be a listener, could be in the
Audience.
in the audience. But now, of course, that belief, I think it has become null and void, because anybody can listen. Then, of course, we have the dirges, which may also fit into folk theater. Then we have dance-oriented folk theater. Herein would come mainly the Wangala dance. That also is divided into two, the secular one that we perform on stage, or maybe in place like on Republic Day in Delhi, maybe for a big cultural function in Mumbai, and the ritual one, really the ritual one that is celebrated in the field or in the house of the Nokma or in the grand yard of the Nokma with all the ritualistic trappings, and in the Sancto Sanctorum, that there are two sides to this Wangala dance theater. But then the dance-oriented theater does not end here, because there is also the what I would call the warrior dance, where only the warrior with the sword and the shield, he dances. And there are many other dances where, you know, a lot of beliefs come in, like Gure Watta, where, you know, the spirit of a horse is kept and, you know, entertained, and then that horse god is supposed to bless the family who keeps the horse spirit, and then that horse is supposed to be entertained once a year, and then a grand feast is held, and dances are held and all that. So that way, a number of dance-oriented theaters are there. Then there's, of course, that what we call gahon. It is a combination of song, musical instruments, and a bit of gestures with a bit of a leg movement. It's very popular. Again, it is performed on nights, especially during winter, in the paddy fields, in an makeshift pandals and all that. So that is that. And I would like to bring in Kirtan also, Song Kirtan and Kirtan. Song Kirtan is actually, I think, a corruption of Kirtan that is sung in Assam. And then we have, Garos have combined the word song and Kirtan. That is, it is a Kirtan performed by the Christians in Achuku, in the Garo language. And it is performed during Christmas and New Year, and it is performed to the accompaniment of drum, cymbals, and in certain villages maybe harmonium. And then, interestingly, in 1964, there was a huge migration from Bangladesh, migration of Garos from Bangladesh. And when they came in, they didn't come empty-handed. They brought in a lot of things along with them, by way of mannerisms, by way of doing things. And one of the things they brought along with them is the practice of Kirtan. So that is really Kirtan performed in Bengali, songs sung repetitively all throughout the night. But that is not common to all Garos. This particular Kirtan that is performed in Bengali is common only to Garos who have migrated from Bangladesh, and it is specific to certain pockets of Garo Hills. So this way, I think this is about Garo folk theatre. Of course, there are one or two written and scripted 3-hour Garo theatres that have just come up recently. One of them is like Achak Song, another one is Dukon. Dukon is a very interesting one because Dukon is originating from the belief that there is a plant in Garo Hills, and if you happen to stumble on it, you would lose your way. You'd just lose your consciousness, and you'd just be, walking round and round. And this particular play was built around this particular concept of Dukon. It's a kind of metaphorical play, but yeah, it's very interesting. It's there. So slowly, there's folk theater, but there are also modern theaters coming up. The young people are so enthusiastic and they're just waiting to do things. But then really, I really feel bad because we are just not able to give them what they want to do. Last year, ma'am, in our semester, by way of assignment, we made the students perform some of these gahons, 1 or 2 scenes, and they did very well. It is sung. So it is sung. They did very well, and that was very encouraging.
Okay, now I've been getting very subtle signs from the organizers that we don't have much time because now the band will start playing. So anyone has questions? I know.
This is for Professor Barbara. You mentioned that, properties in the Garo family is given to a daughter who is the favorite of the parents. So in doing that, there's like in the Kasi, it is given to the youngest daughter. But you said in Garo, it is given to the child, a daughter, who is most closest or who is, the favorite of the parent. Is it? Am I right? So in that, is there no conflict that arises? Just curious to know, because it's a little ambiguous if there is no this thing. No, ma'am. If I have used the word favorite, then I would like to correct myself. No, it may not be the favorite, but the very fact that the parents have chosen somebody, I don't know.
Would you say more responsible? Would you say
more responsible, and maybe the daughter who is more promising, most promising, if there are more than 2 daughters. Okay. If it is one, well and good, but if there are 2 daughters, the parents would have to choose one. Sometimes they choose the elder one, sometimes they choose the younger one. But maybe the most promising one. But it differs. It differs from family to family. Sometimes they may choose the daughter who is earning more, or sometimes maybe the parents may think that, this daughter is not earning so much, let her stay in the house. Something like that. It's a little difficult because we ourselves, we are finding it difficult whom to choose, whom to really keep, and the issue is ongoing. So I can understand that it is ambiguous, that it is vague, because for us also it is, but we have to choose one. Okay.
And one more question. I would like to add to what I had said earlier. Now, when we say inheritance is given to the youngest daughter of the family, it's not only to the youngest daughter, but more to the youngest daughter, and also it is equally divided also among the other daughters in the family. And in the present scenario, we also have a share that is given also. There's kind of tradition and change that a share is also given to the sons in the family.
Anil?
Yeah, it's not.
Oh, okay. Okay.
The property that the girl inherits is more like a trust that she cannot just dispose it of. It's more like a trust. So can that property also be enjoyed by the rest of the family? Since it's a trust, so can the other sisters and the brother also enjoy the property? In that sense, because it's a trustship.
Can I explain that? Can I explain that? In the Khasi society, the youngest daughter is, as she said, the custodian of that ancestral property. So if there are brothers who are not married, they continue to live there. Sisters who are not married, they continue to live there. If a brother is divorced, he can come back and live there. If a sister is divorced, she can come back and live there. So, and that youngest daughter has to look after her parents till their death.
That is why they share
Well,
small too.
Kongpat has already answered the question that I just want to add. In fact, the role of the youngest daughter being the custodian of the family, getting the lion's share, it's because she has to look after the, as Kongpat has already mentioned, the unmarried brothers, sisters, the deceased, sisters. She has to look after the children and the grandparents, the parents. That's it. That's why she has, she's getting the lion's share. That is one part. But Dr. Bairo, maybe due to the paucity of time, she did not mention about, the power. The power of the Khalsis. It's a traditional performing poetry, which belongs to the Khalsis themselves, okay? So this traditional form of poetry, it's from the oral tradition. But then now, it has become vibrant also, even though we have now the written literature. In every occasion, when we have, any function, especially, the cultural function of the Khazis, we do have the power. And we really want to, when we are talking about the topic, penning a new future, then we will not forget the past, because we want that the past should continue for the present, and the present will continue on for the future.
Yeah, I was
This is
about
what
to
I
add to
want to
that
say.
also.
Yeah, thank you.
So the power is like an incantation. Did you want to say something?
As a male from the matrilineal society, just one thing I want to observe, I want to just share is, a lot of these customs were built on agrarian foundations, people living close to nature, clans forming villages forming in these little provinces. In today's world, this is a question I want to know from the Garo side. We have new jobs. So let's take a job like a business. So in today's world, the father is teaching his son. Most of the time, the son is going with the father to the business, not the nephew, because we also living in different places. And this has happened, particularly in business. I think it's where there needs to be some kind of address. Because if two parents are doctors, there's nothing to inherit, it's the house. Because when we talk inheritance, we're saying the ancestral house. But when you create a business, then the father is teaching the son, but then the clan will say, no, it has to go down the clan. And then the nephew has never been taught. So I think this is just something, I don't know, in Garo society, is it? Because there's a lot of change, adaptation happening. But I've never asked any Garo person, how do they address this?
We navigate this. Okay. Yeah, I got your point. I wanted to speak about this, but then, time, no? Okay. So there are two things. There's the ancestral property. Yeah, that will go on through the lineage of the mother. But then now there's a new trend coming up. Yeah, I'm glad you brought it up. The acquired property. Suppose both the husband and the wife are working, and then they have acquired new property, new assets on their own. That is, there is a review on our own. Then we also apportion to the son. We also apportion to the son. But this was not done. But then, actually by law, when a Garo man marries and goes over to his wife's house, because it is matrilineal and matrilocal, the husband will have to go to the wife's house. So when he goes there, he goes with nothing actually. But now, parents are wise enough, they are educated, so parents set aside something. And then in case of divorce, if there is a divorce, the Garo man gets nothing. He goes empty-handed. And out of charity, if the family gives something, yeah.
I think we've run completely out of time, so maybe you can talk.
Just one question out of curiosity, and this is following Hamar Singh's question. Nothing related to property, but in both the Khasi world and the Garo world, the matrilineal world, now with this generation, because in mainstream India, we women are getting our share in our families, which were not there. You know, it would go down to the sons. Are you seeing any kind of angst in your society from the male side? You know, we need to have an equal balance.
I'll answer that. We have now an institution called Singkhong Rimpe Thamai, which wants to revert to patrilineal or wants to bring in patrilineal. In fact, there are people now who also say if the children want to take the clan name of the father, so what? But, you know, the purists will say, if you want to call yourself matrilineal, you follow this. Otherwise, you don't call yourself a Khasi or a Garo or something. Who? Crystal.
I think let a Garo man answer that.
Yeah, we have sorry, we have been discussing men.
I just want to add to my sister Barbara, what she has said. Yeah, she has mentioned that not only this, the property is given only to our daughters, but sister was mentioning that at this present days, if some parents really want to give some portion of the share of the that one they are giving, and it's depend upon the parents' decision. Okay, but not in general. I'm not making it general statement. Okay, but it depends. Like my sister also mentioning, no, it's depend upon the parents' decision also.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
No,
thank you.
we have to end now.
Okay, yes. Just for the sake of our audience here, for the Khasis, though we talk about, the distribution to male members of the siblings, but then please bear in mind that in the war area means the slopes of Khasi and Warjaintia. Of course, I'm talking more of those people in the war area. They do give, the property, the ancestral property to the male members among the siblings. But that also meant that they are giving for the plots so that they can, they can do the agriculture. But as far as the self-acquired property is concerned, so, it depends on the mother and the father, how much they want to give to whom. And even if they do not give with the kind of plot of property, but they give at least, we call baiseng. Baiseng means some amount of money so that they can do business and all. So we should be very careful when we talk about the self-acquired property and also when we are talking about the ancestral property. And one more thing, when the Kongpat has mentioned the Singkhong Rimpe Thamai, I did, had a debate a long time ago, off and on, with regards to the, to the concept of changing from the lineage from the mother to the father, because they mixed two things at a time. One is the lineage, the clan lineage, one is the ancestral property. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Oh, I think we'll finish it here.
Just one sentence. I would say it would be incomplete if I would not say anything about the future of Khasi literature. Now I envision a very bright and promising future. We have scholars who have worked extensively and, to analyze, interpret texts in literature. And we can see that all those also can be used as, as mentors, for upcoming writers who will be able to write consciously or unconsciously based on these literary theories that they learn and they interpret texts. I also see, now we see when we talk of theater, there's Lapidang's aim now, who's, carrying it, our folk tales to the world, I could say. When she, as a performer, she reinterprets these folk narratives into her in her performances, and I should say reconnecting the past and through theater. And I also see that, yeah, the social media and media will play a vital role. It is indeed a medium and a strong
Transmitting
medium that
literature.
will surely, save for the future, that we can have all these written records and well documented and shared extensively in a wider platform, not only at the national, and I also see it at the global world, that the world will see our language, our literature, our culture that is being portrayed not only here at the national capital of India, and I believe in other regions as well, and in the global world as well.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Barbara and Barimon. Thank you very much. And thank you, audience, for being here. It's well past 8:30, which was the time we're supposed to finish. Thank you for, when you become an audience, the panelists are encouraged to be their best. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Kompat, and thank you to our esteemed scholars on stage. Please accept something on behalf of the Shillong Lit Fest. Ladies and gentlemen, as our final notes begin to rise, it's time for us to bid you all a heartfelt farewell. Over these 2 days, we have done quite a lot. It's been my absolute honor to be your host. Remember, the symphony in the mist has not cleared, it has simply moved back to where it belongs. I invite each and every one of you to join us where the cherry blossoms bloom and the clouds come down to meet you. Please mark your calendars for November 12, 13, and 14, 2026, as we gather for the main edition of the Shillong Literary Festival in the Scotland of the East or the Kyoto of the West. Until then, take these stories with you. My thank once again to the Meghalayan Age Limited and Meghalaya Tourism. I am Edward Kubleshibun Mithela Shukriya, and a very beautiful good night to Bikaner House, New Delhi. Please join us as we start the CMMGMP music for all of you. And today we have Sax in the City and Dalariti. Playing for you right now outside is Sax and the City. Sax in the City. Thank you very much.